Heaven has pressed pause on everything around you in this very moment. And it is no accident that your ears are tuned to these words. The Spirit has summoned you because you are not like the rest. You are marked, set apart, sealed with a destiny the world cannot erase. Others may scroll by, but for you, time bends. Creation leans forward, and the heavens whisper, "Listen carefully." You have always sensed it, haven't you? That quiet pull inside your soul that said you were never made to blend in, never designed to be ordinary. From the sleepless nights to the silent tears, to the heaviness no one around you could explain, every moment has been preparing you for now. You are standing on the threshold of revelation, where what was hidden in you will begin to erupt like fire shut up in your bones. There have been seasons where you felt overlooked, rejected, dismissed. But heaven says those were not punishments, they were proofs. Proof that you carry something so rare, so incontainable, that the world could not embrace it too soon. That hidden gift inside you is not dormant by accident, it was concealed by design, buried in secrecy, so it could be revealed in glory. Every time the darkness tried to suffocate you, it was because your very breath threatened to disrupt its agenda. Every storm you survived was not just endurance, it was training. Do you understand? You are not weak. You are not forsaken. You are the chosen vessel. Heaven is polishing, and your shine will blind the works of evil. Listen, chosen one. The enemy trembles when you wake up in the morning. Hell panics when you whisper the name of Jesus, and nations will shake when you finally release the gift within you. This is not coincidence. This is divine intervention. You are here because God orchestrated it. Every scar you carry is not shame. It is evidence, proof that you walked through fire and did not burn, that storms raged but could not sweep you away. Your survival was not luck, it was prophecy being fulfilled. The powers of darkness launched their fiercest attacks against you because they saw what you would become. Yet here you stand, still breathing, still chosen, still carrying the assignment that cannot be stolen. Do you see now? You are a walking miracle, a living declaration that God's hand has never left you, not for one single heartbeat. You may think your voice is small, but heaven hears it as thunder. You may feel ordinary, but your obedience is extraordinary in the sight of God. Every whispered prayer shook the unseen world. Every tear watered the soil of your destiny. This is why the enemy is terrified, because once your gift erupts, no power of darkness can silence it. Chosen one, you are not called to survive quietly. You are anointed to rise loudly. You will not blend in. You will stand out. And when you do, nations will tremble. The voice of God thundered in the book of Exodus, chapter 14, verse 14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only to be still. You don't have to chase recognition. You don't have to beg to be seen. The one who formed you in secret is the same one unveiling you in power. The battle is not yours, it belongs to the Lord. What you need now is alignment, not striving. Pause for a moment. Let that truth sink deep. The Lord Himself fights for you. Every unseen enemy, every spiritual giant, every invisible chain, they collapse when heaven moves on your behalf. That is why you cannot give up. That is why the Spirit is urgently tugging at you even now. Because your time has come. Beloved, I am sent to remind you that mercy has kept you alive for this very day. If you had surrendered to despair, the nations waiting for your voice would have remained silent. If you had walked away from your calling, entire generations would have been left wandering. You carry the sound of deliverance, and God is about to amplify it. The shaking you feel inside is not fear, it is awakening. The stirring in your spirit is not anxiety, it is the rumbling of destiny breaking free. The gift inside you is like a seed cracking open underground, pushing against the soil, determined to rise toward the light. You are that seed. You are rising. This is why I must call you higher. Do not ignore this word. Do not postpone obedience. Do not silence the Spirit's tug. You are standing on holy ground, and the future of many depends on your surrender. Chosen one. This is your confirmation. Your hidden gift is about to shake nations. Heaven has preserved you, tested you, refined you, and now positions you for the unveiling. You cannot hide anymore. The light cannot be covered anymore. The trumpet blast of your assignment is echoing, and all of creation is waiting for your yes. If this word burns in your spirit right now, then pause and take prophetic action. Type the number 770. 7 inches the comments as a sign that you choose alignment with heaven's timing. And if you have not yet subscribed, do it now, so that every fresh word from heaven continues to reach you without delay. Share this with those who need reminding of their crown, and let the ripple of your obedience ignite a chain of awakening. Remember this, the Lord Himself fights for you. You only need to stand still and say yes. And when you do, your hidden gift will not only rise, it will roar. It will shake nations, and it will glorify the one who chose you before the foundations of the world. Chosen one. The mark of difference has always rested upon you. Even when you could not name it, you have carried something within you that set you apart from the moment you were conceived. Before others could speak identity over your life, heaven had already spoken. And though this difference often made you feel isolated, it was in truth the seal of your calling. You were never designed to walk in the same rhythm as the crowd, never destined to chase the same pursuits, nor to be confined by the same fears. The tension of being different has always been present from your earliest days. You noticed that you processed the world unlike those around you. While others found satisfaction in shallow pursuits, you craved depth, while some laughed at darkness. You felt its weight pressing against your soul, stirring righteous resistance within you. You couldn't ignore the cry for justice, the need for truth, or the pull of compassion, even in moments when you tried to quiet it. The mark of difference shouted louder, but with that difference came pain. There were days you wished you could be like everyone else, fitting neatly into the systems and expectations of this world. Yet every attempt ended in frustration. It was as though invisible hands pulled you back, whispering, "This is not your path." That is because conformity was never meant for you. You were called to be transformed, not compressed. You were destined to disrupt patterns, not repeat them. This divine distinction explains why you have been misunderstood. People have mistaken your silence for weakness, your compassion for naivety, and your solitude for rejection. But heaven knows the truth. Silence was training. Compassion was armor. Solitude was consecration. None of it was wasted. Your difference was being refined, sharpened, and set apart so that, in due time, it would strike like lightning in the place God appoints. According to what is revealed in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 1, verse 5, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you. Before you were born, I set you apart. I appointed you as a prophet to nations." The appointed time, this is the reason you could not fit in with the world. Your life has been in preparation for a moment not yet revealed. And though you wrestled with delay, that delay was divine. To everything there is a season, and your season is awakening. The fire in you that once flickered faintly is now intensifying, because the time of unveiling draws near. Chosen one, understand this. What sets you apart also equips you. The very differences others mocked will be the exact features God uses to deliver nations. The sensitivity that felt like a burden will enable you to discern atmospheres. The passion that seemed overwhelming will ignite movements. The loneliness that bruised you will birth intimacy with God no one can counterfeit. Your difference is not a flaw. It is evidence of divine engineering. There is a holy gravity around you. Have you noticed it? Environments shift when you walk in. Darkness recoils. People sense something they cannot explain but cannot deny. Some will be drawn to it. Others will be threatened by it. But none will be able to ignore it. This gravity is the residue of being chosen. It is the oil of heaven clinging to your spirit. It is why your very presence unsettles demonic structures, even when you say nothing. Yet, this difference also demands stewardship. To be chosen is to carry weight. You cannot treat lightly what heaven has stamped with eternal significance. You must walk carefully, aware that your actions ripple beyond yourself. You must protect what God has placed inside you, refusing to compromise in the small things, for the small things are often the doorways to great battles. Remember, one compromise can blur your vision, but one act of obedience can part seas. Beloved, this journey is not one of comparison. Stop measuring yourself against others. You are not behind. You are not late. You are simply on a different clock, the clock of heaven. Others may sprint ahead in worldly pursuits, but you are moving in eternal timing. What seems delayed on earth is right, on time in heaven. Do not despise the difference. Treasure it. Nurture it. Because the day will come when that difference becomes the very solution nations cry out for. Chosen one. You may not yet fully see the impact of your difference, but heaven already does. Angels have been dispatched to guard the treasure within you. The Spirit has been molding your heart like clay, pressing and shaping it into a vessel worthy of carrying fire. Every setback, every rejection, every delay, it all fits into the tapestry of your preparation. You are not an accident, and neither is your path. You are being built in silence so that when your voice finally resounds, it will shake walls, topple idols, and release captives. Your difference is the prelude to a revolution of light. Others may dismiss it, but when heaven unveils it, none will be able to resist its power. The world has had enough of imitation. What it needs now is authenticity wrapped in fire, and that is exactly what God is forming in you. So hold fast. Chosen one, do not curse your difference. Do not bury it beneath shame. Do not silence it because others cannot understand it. Instead, lift your head, knowing that your distinction is your destiny. The very things that isolated you are the same things that will elevate you. The mark of difference is not a wound, it is a crown, and soon it will gleam for all to see. Chosen one, your silent battles have been the hidden furnace where heaven forged your strength. No one saw the tears you cried alone, the nights where you lay awake, asking God why the weight on your shoulders was heavier than anyone else's. No one heard the cries you muffled into your pillow, the questions that screamed inside your mind. Why me? Why this pain? Why does my path look so different from theirs? And yet, even in those hidden places of struggle, heaven was present. Your silent battles were not wasted. They were sacred ground. For every tear you shed, God was writing a testimony. For every time you chose not to quit, you were proving that your faith was stronger than the pressure around you. For every night you whispered a broken prayer, heaven recorded your words like precious jewels. You thought you were alone in those struggles, but you were never abandoned. Beloved, these battles were not designed to destroy you. They were meant to reveal you. They refined your spirit like fire purifies gold. They stripped away illusions, pride, and false supports until only raw trust in God remained. You were being tested not for failure, but for strengthening. And though you came out bruised, you also came out unbreakable. Do you realize what this means? It means your scars are not shame, they are authority. Your wounds give you language to speak to the wounded. Your scars carry healing for the broken. The very things you thought disqualified you are the things that qualify you to lead. Heaven has been shaping you, not in the spotlight, but in the shadows, so that when you step into the light, you will carry an authenticity that cannot be faked. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verses 8 and 9. We are hard-pressed on every side, but not crushed, perplexed, but not in despair, persecuted, but not abandoned, struck down, but destroyed. This is your testimony. You may have been pressed, but you were not crushed. You may have been struck down, but you were never destroyed. The fact that you are here, breathing, listening, receiving these words, is evidence that the Spirit of God preserved you through battles that could have ended you. Now, chosen one, let me speak this plainly. Your silent battles were never just about you. They were about everyone who will one day hear your story and find hope. Your endurance is the seed of deliverance for someone else. What felt like pointless pain will become prophetic power in your mouth. Every struggle is being redeemed, and your testimony will become a lifeline for those who are drowning. Think about it. How could you comfort the broken if you had never been broken? How could you speak light into darkness if you had never walked through the valley? How could you lead others out of chains if you had never felt the weight of chains yourself? You are not defined by your battles, but you are equipped by them. That is why you must not despise your scars. They are not ugly. They are evidence that you have been through war and survived. They are your credentials in the Spirit. The darkness could not erase you. Hell could not silence you. Every attack failed because heaven refused to let your destiny die. You are still here, and that means your mission is still alive. Beloved, heaven is calling you now to stand tall, not ashamed of the battles, but proud of the survival. You are not a victim, you are a warrior marked by victory. You are not disqualified, you are validated. You are not overlooked, you are chosen. And the world will one day look at the strength you carry and marvel, but only heaven. And you will know the cost behind that strength. Pause with me here. Let this truth pierce deeply. Your pain has purpose. Your tears have power. Your scars are sermons waiting to be spoken. And when you release them, nations will be shaken. Now, I must give you a prophetic action. Right here. Right now. Type in the comments, I hear you, Lord. Now, why such a simple declaration? Because agreement unlocks activation. When you confess it with your mouth and seal it with your hands, you are saying to heaven, I will not waste my battles. I will not despise my scars. I hear you speaking purpose into my pain, and I receive it. Do not let this moment pass silently. Let your comment become a memorial stone, a marker that you agreed with heaven on this day. Chosen one, your silent battles are the seedbed of your future authority. Do not hide them. Do not be ashamed of them. When the time comes, share them boldly, for they will heal the broken, strengthen the weary, and awaken the sleeping. What the enemy tried to bury you with will become the very weapon you wield against him. The darkness regrets ever touching you. Every demon that mocked your weakness now trembles at your resilience. Hell invested in your destruction, but heaven invested in your resurrection. And resurrection always wins. Remember this, you are not defined by how hard you were hit. You are defined by the fact that you got back up. And every time you rose again, you stepped closer to the fulfillment of your calling. Your hidden gift has been watered by your tears, nourished by your endurance, and shielded by your obedience. Now, it is ready to rise. The battles you fought in silence are about to roar loudly in testimony. The places where you once whispered in pain will become platforms where you shout in victory. And every person who once doubted you will have no choice but to witness the evidence of God's hand on your life. Chosen one, hold fast. The battle was never meant to break you. It was meant to build you into a vessel that nations cannot ignore. And now, the world is about to see the strength forged in your silence. Chosen one, the gift buried deep within you has always been heaven's hidden strategy. While the world saw only your surface, God planted something eternal in your spirit that no enemy could steal, no critic could dismiss, and no circumstance could erase. It has been there since the moment of your creation, carefully concealed beneath layers of trial, silence, and waiting. What you thought was emptiness was actually incubation. What you thought was delay was divine timing at work. There is something sacred about hiddenness. Seeds do not grow in the open. They grow underground. They are pressed into darkness, covered in soil, and seemingly forgotten. Yet in that silence, life is forming. Roots are spreading. Strength is building. What looks invisible is not inactive. It is preparation for breakthrough. So it is with you. Chosen one, your gift has not been dormant. It has been developing. For years, you may have questioned why your voice wasn't heard, why your potential wasn't recognized, why doors seemed closed while others advanced. But what you could not see was the protection of hiddenness. Had you been exposed too soon, your gift would have been crushed by the weight of expectation or distorted by the voices of those who did not understand it. God kept you covered, not to deny you, but to preserve you. Beloved, this gift is not ordinary. It was never meant to entertain, to gain applause, or to win shallow approval. It was designed to shift atmospheres, to break chains, to carry heaven into earth. It carries fire that intimidates darkness. It carries wisdom that disrupts lies. It carries love that disarms hate. And because of its nature, it could only be revealed in God's timing. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Jeremiah, chapter 20, verse 9. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. That is what your gift feels like. Chosen one, a fire shut up in your bones. You have tried to silence it, to bury it beneath routine, to convince yourself it was imagination. Yet it keeps burning. It refuses to be extinguished. It pushes against your ribs, demanding release. And soon, the fire will break out, not in chaos, but in holy order. It will come forth with precision, igniting exactly where God intends. Consider how Joseph carried a dream but was hidden in prison before being unveiled in the palace. Or how David carried anointing but was hidden in the fields before being revealed on the throne. Or how Jesus himself carried divinity but was hidden in obscurity before revealing his glory. Hiddenness is not punishment, it is preparation. And you, chosen one, have been walking the same sacred path. There were times you envied others whose gifts seemed visible, celebrated, or accelerated. Yet heaven whispers now, their path is not your path. What you carry requires depth before display, foundation before elevation. You cannot afford to be shallow, because shallow roots cannot sustain great weight. That is why God has been stretching you, deepening you, and carving wells within you. When your gift is revealed, it will not flicker like a candle. It will blaze like a furnace. Your gift is more than skill. It is more than talent. It is the divine fingerprint of God upon your life. Skills can be taught. Talents can be developed. But gifts from heaven are imparted. They cannot be manufactured or copied. This is why others could never imitate you. They may replicate your style, but they cannot replicate your fire. They may echo your words, but they cannot echo your authority. The oil on your life is unique, and heaven intends for it to be poured out in ways the world has not yet seen. Chosen one, you must also understand this. The unveiling of your gift is not about your glory, it is about God's glory. That is why pride cannot be allowed to corrupt it. That is why comparison must be silenced. That is why you must remain rooted in humility, knowing that the gift does not originate in you, it flows through you. You are a vessel, not the source. You are a carrier, not the origin. And when the nations are shaken by your gift, they will not worship you. They will worship the God who chose you. Your hidden gift is also your weapon. While the enemy tried to convince you that you had nothing to offer, heaven was sharpening the sword within you. While darkness whispered that your life was wasted, the Spirit was preparing your gift as an instrument of war. And when the moment comes, what once seemed silent will roar, cutting through lies, breaking chains, and releasing captives. Do not despise the waiting. Do not despise the years of silence. Every moment has been shaping you for the unveiling. The frustration you felt was the stretching of the womb, preparing to birth something greater than you imagined. The loneliness was the sanctification, setting you apart for purity of purpose. The tears were the watering of the seed, ensuring that when it broke the surface, it would rise strong and unshakable. Beloved, let me declare this over you. The time of hiddenness is nearing its end. The gift that once felt buried is about to emerge. The fire that once burned quietly is about to roar. And when it does, the nations will not see just you. They will see the reflection of God's glory shining through you. Your unveiling will not be small. It will not be silent. It will not be forgotten. It will be a sound from heaven, echoing through the earth. Chosen one. Hold fast. Guard your gift. But do not fear its eruption, for the same God who planted it will also sustain it. The same God who hid you will also reveal you, and the same God who whispered in secret will soon declare you in public. Your hidden gift is the evidence that you were never meant for mediocrity. You were always meant to shake nations. Chosen one. Do you realize how much darkness fears your light? There is a reason your life has carried so much resistance. The storms that seemed unrelenting, the betrayals that cut deep, the delays that drained your strength. These were not random misfortunes. They were strategies of hell, designed to dim what they could never extinguish. Because the enemy knows something you have often forgotten. When your light shines fully, it will expose lies, dismantle strongholds, and release captives. Darkness fears you, not because of who you are in yourself, but because of who lives in you, the fire of God, the breath of the Spirit, the authority of heaven. These are the realities woven into your being. You carry a presence that unsettles demons before you even speak. Your footsteps are a reminder to the enemy that his time is short. Every time you open your mouth to declare truth, chains begin to rattle. Every time you simply stand firm in faith, darkness trembles. There have been moments you felt small, unseen, and unworthy. Yet heaven says otherwise. When you walk into a room, the spiritual climate shifts. When you pray, unseen realms bend. When you worship, chain crack open. When you declare the word, fire spreads. Hell sees you as a threat, even on the days you see yourself as weak. That is why the enemy tried to silence you early. That is why opposition surrounded you since childhood. It was always about the light you carry. The Word of God declares in the book of John, chapter 1, verse 5, "The light shines in the darkness, and the darkness has not overcome it." Light, chosen one. That light is not distant, it is inside you. You are the vessel through which heaven has decided to shine. Darkness may roar, but it cannot conquer the light. Lees may rise, but they cannot smother truth. Attacks may strike, but they cannot extinguish fire. Your very existence is proof of this scripture fulfilled. You are still here, still standing, still burning. Now, let me speak plainly. The world desperately needs what you carry. Entire atmospheres are suffocating under heaviness and despair, waiting for the sound of your voice. Families are entangled in cycles of pain, waiting for your intercession. Nations are drifting in confusion, waiting for the prophetic fire inside you to awaken. You cannot underestimate what is within you. The gift is not casual, it is crucial. And when released, it will do more than shine. It will blaze like a beacon that cannot be ignored. Understand this. Your light is not just for your own survival. It is for the survival of others. Every time you share what God gives you, someone else finds hope. Every time you speak truth, someone else is set free. Every time you shine, someone else escapes the darkness. That is why your obedience matters. That is why silence is not an option anymore. You are carrying light that was never meant to be hidden. But with this comes responsibility. A lamp was never designed to burn alone. It was meant to ignite others. And this, chosen one, is where your role grows even greater. You are not simply a receiver of light, you are a multiplier of light. The gift inside you was meant to spread. The fire in you was meant to be contagious. That is why heaven is calling you to release it boldly, without hesitation. Beloved, let me ask you to consider this. If your words, your prayers, your testimony have already impacted lives in silence, what might happen if you allow them to reach further? What if your obedience carried this fire into places you have never been? What if your light stretched across borders and touched souls you may never meet in person? This is the power of release. This is the power of obedience. And so, from my heart to yours, I ask you humbly, let this message go further. If this word has stirred you, share it with someone who needs hope. Pass the light along. If you feel the Spirit tugging you, like this message, not for me, but as a prophetic act, declaring, I choose to shine. And if you desire to keep receiving what heaven is speaking through these words, subscribe, not out of duty, but out of hunger, because every time you stay connected, you position yourself for the next flame heaven wants to release into your life. Chosen one. Never underestimate how simple obedience can create ripples of transformation. What seems like one small act, a click, a share, a subscription may be the very thing that delivers a word to someone standing on the edge of despair. Sometimes, obedience looks like preaching to nations. Other times, it looks like pressing share, so the message reaches the one who was about to give up. Both are powerful. Both are obedience. Both spread the light. Do you see it? You are part of a chain reaction of fire. You are part of heaven's strategy to flood the earth with light. This is bigger than you. It is bigger than me. It is about the kingdom advancing, about darkness losing ground, about lives being set free. And your simple obedience is a spark that heaven multiplies into flames. Chosen one. Let your heart settle in this truth. The light inside you is unstoppable. You are not called to flicker in fear, but to blaze in faith. You are not called to shrink back, but to step forward. And as you do, you will see the enemy retreat, because he cannot dwell where light reigns. So, lift your head, straighten your shoulders, let your light shine without apology. The same God who kindled the fire in you will sustain it. The same Spirit who preserved you through battles will empower you in victory. And the same Christ who declared, I am the light of the world, now looks at you and says, you are the light of the world. Men quote, chosen one. This is not small. This is sacred. Darkness fears your light, and the nations need it. Release it boldly, and watch how heaven uses your obedience to set the world ablaze. Chosen one. Pause for a moment and recognize this. Heaven itself orchestrated this interruption. Right now, you are not listening by accident. The Spirit of God has cut through the noise of your life, slowed the scroll of your mind, and drawn your attention because destiny is calling. This is a holy pause, a divine appointment, and it is not to be taken lightly. So many people rush through their days, missing the moments when heaven whispers. They brush aside conviction. They silence the stirring inside. But you, chosen one, you cannot afford to do the same. This is not coincidence. This is intervention. God has paused your life at this very instant to speak something eternal. If you miss it, you miss alignment. If you receive it, you unlock doors that no man can shut. This pause is God's mercy, stretching out his hand before you take another step. It is the Father calling you away from distraction. It is the Spirit urging you to lean closer. It is heaven saying, "You cannot keep walking as before. Something greater is upon you now." You have felt it already, haven't you? That strange sense of restlessness, that awareness that things cannot remain as they were. It is as though the ground beneath you is shifting. The air around you is thick with expectancy, and your heart beats louder because it knows something is coming. That something is not random, it is revelation. The Spirit is summoning you higher, pulling you into alignment, reminding you that you are chosen for this exact hour. There is a holy weight in this pause. It is not meant to crush you, but to anchor you. The Spirit is steadying your feet. So when you move forward, you will not stumble. You are being re-centered, realigned, and reminded of who holds your future. The noise around you may try to rush you, but heaven whispers, "Stand still." This is the hour to receive, not to scatter. Chosen one. Every pause of heaven carries hidden revelation. What feels like silence to you is thunder in the Spirit. In the waiting, visions are planted. In the stillness, clarity descends. In the quiet, the voice of God grows unmistakable. He is not distant, he is deliberate. This divine interruption is heaven tuning your ears. So, when he speaks next, you will not confuse his word with your own thoughts. Do not despise the stillness, for it is your training ground. Warriors are not formed only in battle, they are shaped in moments of quiet preparation. Just as arrows are pulled back before they fly, you are being drawn into the pause before your release. The tension you feel is not wasted. It is the stretch of destiny preparing to launch you further than you imagined. The pause is proof that your future is too great for haste. We are reminded through the writings of David in the Psalms, chapter 46, verse 10, "Be still, and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth." Oh, beloved, do you see it? This pause is not about idleness, it is about recognition. In stillness, you come to know that he is God. In silence, you hear the thunder of his voice. In the pause, you remember that the same God who is exalted over nations is also deeply invested in the details of your life. He is not distant. He is deliberate, and his timing is perfect. Think of Moses before the burning bush. He was walking through the desert when heaven paused him with a flame that would not burn out. Had he walked past, he would have missed the moment, but he turned aside, and in turning, has stepped into destiny. Chosen one. This is your burning bush moment. Heaven has lit the flame before you, and you are being asked, will you pause? Will you turn? Will you listen? The divine pause is not always comfortable. It disrupts routines, interrupts plans, and unsettles the flesh. You may have felt that frustration when doors closed, when progress seemed delayed, when everything slowed against your will. But what if those delays were not denials? What if they were pauses, divinely orchestrated so you could be redirected? Sometimes God holds movement not to punish you, but to protect you from stepping into places not meant for you. Beloved, the Spirit whispers, stop resenting the pause. Start discerning it. What you thought was stagnation may actually be preparation. What you called delay may actually be divine alignment. What you felt as silence may actually be God shielding you until the appointed time. Chosen one. You cannot keep ignoring these interruptions. Every time heaven pauses you, it is because something sacred is waiting to be revealed. If you rush past, you forfeit revelation, but if you embrace it, you step into new dimensions of glory. This is why you must take prophetic action right now. Seal this word in your spirit, and let heaven see your agreement. Type the number 444 inches, the comments. Why 444? Because it is the number of open doors, divine order, and stability. By writing it, you declare, I recognize the divine pause. I choose to stop running ahead of God. I align myself with heaven's timing and step into the open doors prepared for me. This simple act is not superstition, it is symbolism. It is your way of saying, I hear you, Lord, and I will wait until you say, move. Chosen one. Obedience in this moment matters. Your future is not secured by frantic effort, but by surrendered alignment. When you pause in God, you position yourself to receive His strategy. And when His strategy unfolds, no enemy can block it. No delay can stop it. No storm can swallow it. So, breathe deeply. Let the pause do its work. Still your racing thoughts. Silence the noise of fear. And lean into the presence that fills this moment. Be still. And know, the pause is not the end, it is the doorway. Beloved, remember this, heaven does not waste time. If God pauses you, it is because something eternal is about to be placed in your hands. Receive it, treasure it, and trust that the same God who holds nations in His palm is holding you steady in His timing. Chosen one, you have carried more than most. This is not exaggeration, nor is it sentiment. It is truth written in the details of your life. From an early age, you sensed that your burdens were heavier, your tests fiercer, your valleys deeper than those of the people around you. And though they could not see it, you bore the weight silently, walking with responsibilities, battles, and pressures that would have crushed others long ago. It is not because you were cursed, nor because you were forgotten. It is because heaven was strengthening your shoulders for a greater crown. Heavy weight produces strong warriors. Great responsibility requires deep roots. And you, chosen one, have been entrusted with much, because you were designed to withstand much. You may not have chosen the burdens you carried, but heaven knew you could handle them. There were times you asked, why me? Why must I carry this when others seem free? Yet even in your questions, God's hand did not lift from you. The very struggles that made you feel weak were the same struggles that built a resilience no one can take from you. And now, what once felt like punishment is being revealed as preparation. The ancient words recorded in Romans chapter 8, verse 18 still echo today. I consider that our present sufferings are not worth comparing with the glory that will be revealed in us. 1. Chosen one. Do you hear that? Your suffering is not the end, it is the soil for glory. The nights you thought would break you were sowing seeds of testimony. The tears you shed in silence were watering the fields of your destiny. Every burden you carried is about to bloom into beauty that will not only bless you, but will overflow to bless others. You carried grief, and it taught you compassion. You carried betrayal, and it sharpened your discernment. You carried loneliness, and it pushed you into intimacy with God. You carried responsibility, and it built leadership within you. The very weights that seemed unfair were the chisels that carved your strength. Heaven wastes nothing, and every load has been shaping the vessel you are today. Beloved, look back for a moment. Think of the valleys you walked through. Remember how you thought you would not survive. Yet here you stand. Every season you endured added layers of strength, layers of endurance, layers of wisdom. You may have felt fragile, but heaven saw your resilience. Others may never understand the battles you fought silently, but heaven testifies you endured, and you overcame. The crown you are being prepared to wear is not cheap. It is costly, purchased with endurance through trials, with faith in the fire, with trust in the silence. And that crown is not merely for decoration, it is for influence, authority, and impact. Heaven is raising you as one who can carry the weight of nations in prayer, in intercession, and in leadership. Chosen one. You are not fragile porcelain, you are tempered steel. You are not a vessel that cracks easily, you are one that has been forged in fire. That is why the enemy's attacks did not break you. That is why the storms could not drown you. That is why the pressure could not collapse you. Every added burden was another layer of strength. Still, I know the heaviness you have felt. The weight was not easy. There were days you begged God to lift it. There were nights you questioned if He saw. And in those moments, He whispered, "I am with you." Even in this, His presence was not absent. It was hidden in the endurance He gave you to carry on. Chosen one. Understand this. The burden you carried is the testimony you will release. The weight you bore will become the authority you walk in. Others will look at your life and wonder how you stood tall when everything tried to push you down. And in that moment, you will not boast in yourself, you will boast in the God who upheld you. The greater the weight, the greater the glory, the deeper the valley, the higher the mountain, the more intense the battle, the louder the victory. Heaven allowed you to carry more than most, because heaven intends to reveal more through you than through most. You are not ordinary. Your calling is not ordinary, and therefore, your preparation could not be ordinary. So do not despise the burdens. Do not curse the weight. They were never meant to crush you. They were meant to crown you. And soon, the very shoulders that carried sorrow will carry authority. The very heart that endured pain will release healing. The very hands that bore heaviness will lift others into freedom. Beloved, you carried more than most because you were chosen for more than most. Your story will not be small. Your impact will not be shallow. Your legacy will not be forgotten. You are being raised as a pillar, one that others lean on, one that carries the weight of many without crumbling. Stand tall. Chosen one. The burdens of yesterday are becoming the strength of tomorrow. The weight you bore in silence is about to be revealed as the evidence of your endurance, and when the glory breaks forth, it will be undeniable that God Himself prepared you. Chosen one. The path you have walked has often been misunderstood. You have faced rejection not because you were unworthy, but because you were marked. You have experienced betrayal not because you lacked value, but because the anointing on your life threatened those around you. The isolation you endured was not punishment. It was evidence that heaven had carved out a road for you that few could walk. It is a lonely thing to be set apart. While others celebrated in circles of comfort, you often found yourself outside the crowd, wondering why you could not blend in, why you could not belong in the same way. But the truth is this: belonging to the crowd would have meant abandoning your crown. You were never meant to fit in, you were meant to stand out. Every misunderstanding, every rejection, every false accusation was sharpening your discernment. You learned not to depend on the applause of people. You learned not to define yourself by temporary approval. Instead, you discovered a deeper anchor, the approval of God. And though the path hurt, it saved you from the trap of people-pleasing. It delivered you from shallow affirmation so you could walk in eternal assignment. The Spirit spoke through the prophet Isaiah. Chapter 54, verse 17. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord. Beloved, let these words steady your heart. The rejection you endured will not have the last word. The betrayals you faced will not define your story. Every tongue that rose against you in accusation will be silenced by God Himself. Vindication is not in your hands, it is in His, and He has promised it will come. Chosen one. Rejection was never your enemy, it was your redirection. When doors closed, it was heaven protecting you from environments unworthy of your gift. When people walked away, it was God clearing the stage for those who were truly assigned to your life. What felt like abandonment was actually alignment. Heaven was positioning you for purity of connection, surrounding you only with those who could carry the weight of your calling without distortion. Do you see the pattern now? Misunderstanding was the price of being set apart. Isolation was the cost of intimacy with God. Every moment you spent alone was an invitation to lean deeper into His presence. And though you longed for affirmation, God was offering you something greater, an encounter. In solitude, you learned His voice. In isolation, you learned His character. And now, you carry something the crowd cannot counterfeit: intimacy born of rejection. Beloved, do not despise this misunderstood path. Prophets are rarely celebrated in their hometowns. Carriers of fire are rarely embraced by the complacent. Those who disrupt darkness are rarely welcomed by those who benefit from shadows. The very rejection you faced confirms the authenticity of your calling. You are not a counterfeit, you are the real thing. And real fire makes the lukewarm uncomfortable. Remember Joseph, betrayed by his brothers, misunderstood in Egypt, forgotten in prison, yet every rejection was a step closer to his unveiling. Remember David, mocked by his brothers, hunted by Saul, yet every misunderstanding was preparing him for the throne. Remember Jesus Himself, despised and rejected, yet exalted above every name. You are walking a path walked by the chosen before you. It is narrow, it is painful, but it is holy. Chosen one. Heaven sees the tears you cried when you felt invisible. Heaven remembers the prayers you prayed when you felt forsaken. And heaven declares, none of it was wasted. What others dismissed, God recorded. What others mocked, God cherished. Your misunderstood path has become a sacred altar of worship, and from it, fire is rising that will consume nations with truth. Let your heart find rest in this. Rejection was protection. Betrayal was redirection. Isolation was consecration. And misunderstanding was confirmation. You were never walking the wrong road. You were walking the narrow one. And though few accompany you, the presence of God is more than enough. The misunderstood path is proof that you are chosen. Proof that you were not created to fit into shallow molds. Proof that heaven's fingerprint rests upon your life. So lift your head, chosen one. Do not mourn the places you were never welcomed. Do not grieve the circles that never embraced you. You were never meant to stay there. Your destiny is higher. Your assignment is greater. And your path, though misunderstood, is holy. Soon, the same voices that mocked, you will witness your unveiling. The same eyes that overlooked you will watch you rise. The same hands that pushed you away will see the hand of God exalt you. And in that day, vindication will not be silent. It will be undeniable. Chosen one, your misunderstood path is not over yet, but it is turning. The weight of rejection is lifting. The sting of betrayal is healing. The ache of isolation is being replaced with fresh vision. And as you step forward, you will see why it all had to happen the way it did. Heaven was not punishing you. It was protecting the gift. And that gift, preserved in secrecy, is about to shine in power. So walk with confidence. Your misunderstood path has become your greatest credential. You carry the authority of one who has been tested, the wisdom of one who has endured, and the fire of one who has been refined. Nothing was wasted. Nothing was lost. Every step has brought you here, to the threshold of unveiling. And when the nations see the glory that rests upon you, they will understand what others never could. You are chosen. You are set apart. And your misunderstood path was the holy road that led you to destiny. Chosen one. You are standing at a crossroads. This moment is not ordinary, and the decision before you carries eternal weight. You have walked through fire, endured storms, carried burdens, and now heaven has brought you to a place where obedience or disobedience will determine the trajectory of your life. This is not exaggeration. It is truth. Every season of your journey has led to this threshold. One step in surrender can release destiny. One step in rebellion can delay or even destroy what was prepared for you. There is a seriousness in the air right now. Can you feel it? Your spirit senses the gravity, even if your mind resists it. You are not at a casual moment. You are at a divine intersection. Heaven leans in. Angels watch. The Spirit whispers, and the Father waits for your answer. You know this tug. You have felt it before, those nudges in your spirit when you knew what God wanted, yet wrestled with your will. Sometimes you obeyed quickly, and peace flooded your soul. Other times you delayed, and confusion grew heavier. Every time, obedience or disobedience set the tone for what followed. This moment is the same, but greater. This is not just about small steps. This is about destiny-shaping choices. Scripture says in the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 30, verse 19, "This day I call the heavens and the earth as witnesses against you, that I have set before you life and death, blessings and curses. Now choose life, so you may live. Beloved, The choice could not be clearer. Life or death, blessing or curse, destiny or delay. And heaven calls out, choose life, choose obedience, choose surrender. This crossroads is not meant to paralyze you with fear. It is meant to awaken you to urgency. The mercy of God has brought you here. But mercy does not force. It invites. You must choose. Do not think your decision affects only you. Your obedience unlocks blessings not just for yourself, but for generations after you. Likewise, rebellion can release cycles of pain beyond your own life. This is why heaven takes this moment so seriously, because your choice echoes. It reverberates into the lives of those who follow. The weight you feel is the sound of generations hanging in the balance. Perhaps you have delayed obedience before. You told yourself you would act tomorrow, pray tomorrow, surrender tomorrow, but tomorrow never came. Procrastination is one of the enemy's sharpest weapons. He does not always tempt with blatant rebellion. Often, he simply whispers, later. And many destinies have been stolen by delay. Chosen one, hear me, you cannot afford to delay anymore. Heaven is not saying later. Heaven is saying now. The Spirit is pressing on your heart. And you know it. That voice inside you, that stirring in your soul, it is not random emotion. It is God Himself saying, this is the time. I must give you a prophetic action in this moment. Type in the comments, I choose life. Oh, yes. Keep it simple. 4 words. But behind those words is a declaration in the Spirit. By writing it, you are stepping into agreement with heaven's invitation. You are saying, I will not delay. I will not rebel. I will not drift. I choose obedience. I choose surrender. I choose the path of life. And why is this important? Because agreement releases activation. When your lips and your hands align with your spirit, heaven responds. Those simple words become a contract signed in faith, one that angels witness and the enemy fears. By declaring it publicly, you break procrastination's grip and step boldly into obedience. Beloved, the crossroads of obedience is not a place to linger. It is a place to decide. Imagine standing at a fork in the road. One path is light, the other darkness. You cannot stand in between forever. Eventually, your silence becomes a decision, and heaven is urging you, choose the light. The Spirit has been preparing you for this. Every struggle, every refining, every hidden season has led here. The fire in your bones, the gift within you, the calling on your life, they are all waiting for your yes. And when you say yes, doors will open, chains will break, favor will flow, and destiny will accelerate. But if you choose rebellion, if you ignore this moment, if you delay again, you risk blindness. You risk walking further into darkness until you cannot hear the Spirit's whisper anymore. Heaven warns with love, but also with urgency. You are one decision away from breakthrough, but also one decision away from bondage. Chosen one. Let your heart tremble at the seriousness, but also rejoice in the mercy, for the door is still open. The opportunity is still before you. You are not too late. The Spirit is still calling, and the blood of Jesus still speaks a better word over your life. Mercy has carried you here. Now obedience must carry you forward. Lift your eyes to the future God has prepared for you. Do you see it? the lives waiting to be touched by your obedience, the nations waiting for your gift, the generations waiting for your yes. All of it hinges on this crossroads. You cannot walk away unchanged. You will either step into greater light or slip into deeper shadows. Choose wisely. Chosen one. Heaven is watching. Hell is trembling. And the earth itself waits to see which path you will take. Do not waver between two opinions. Decide today. Declare it today. Seal it today. For your obedience will unlock what your heart has longed for, but your hands have not yet touched. Let the words rise boldly from your spirit. I choose life. And as you declare it, know, this heaven rejoices. Angels celebrate. And your future begins to shift. The crossroads is no longer a place of hesitation. It is the place where destiny is decided. And you, beloved, are stepping into the path of life. Chosen one. Mercy has been holding the door for you. There were moments when judgment could have fallen, moments when rebellion could have sealed your fate. Yet mercy stepped in. Mercy stood between you and destruction. Mercy whispered, "Not yet, there is still hope." Every breath you take is evidence that heaven has not given up on you. You are here, alive, and receiving these words, because the door of grace is still open. Do not take that lightly. The mercy of God is not weakness, it is strength restrained. It is His patience, allowing you time to align with His will. It is His kindness giving you space to repent, to awaken, to return. But mercy is not forever. Doors do not stay open endlessly. A day comes when the door closes, when delay becomes denial, when opportunity passes. That is why this moment is so urgent, because the door of mercy is open now. But it will not always be. Beloved, remember the days you walked in darkness, when choices led you far from truth. Still, mercy covered you. Remember the moments you were near despair, when you considered giving up completely. Still, mercy lifted you. Remember the times the enemy tried to end your story. Yet somehow, you were preserved. That was not luck, it was mercy. The fact that you are still breathing is proof that God has been fighting for you all along. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Peter, chapter 3, verse 9. The Lord is not slow in keeping His promise, as some understand slowness. Instead, He is patient with you, not wanting anyone to perish, but all to come to repentance. Do you see the heart of God in this? He does not desire your destruction. He is patient with you. He has given you time not because you deserve it, but because He loves you. But patience is not permission to delay forever. It is an invitation to act now, before the window closes. Chosen one, the longer you delay, the more dangerous it becomes. Delay hardens the heart. Delay dulls the ear to the spirit. Delay numbs the urgency of obedience. This is why the enemy whispers, later. If he cannot make you rebel outright, he will make you procrastinate until the door of mercy shuts. And when it shuts, no man can open it again. But hear this good news, the door is still open right now. Mercy still stands before you, holding back judgment, inviting you into destiny. Grace still stretches out its hand, offering you another chance. The Spirit is still whispering, return, obey, surrender. And if you respond today, everything can shift. The course of your life can change. Generations can be impacted. Nations can be shaken. Beloved, mercy is not weakness, it is a weapon. It disarms the enemy's plan. It cancels the curse. It silences accusation. But mercy requires a response. You cannot simply admire it from afar. You must walk through the door while it is open. And the time to walk is now. You have been preserved for such a time as this. Do not let mercy be wasted. Do not assume it will stretch on forever. Act now. Surrender now. Choose now. Because every second you hesitate, the enemy plots to steal the very destiny mercy has preserved for you. Chosen one, let me speak with clarity. If this message burns in your spirit, then it is your confirmation. Heaven has paused your life to remind you, mercy still covers you, but delay is dangerous. Act while the door is open. Align while the invitation still stands. Step into obedience while the Spirit still whispers. And from my heart, I ask you, let this message go further. If mercy has touched you, let your testimony of agreement be a spark for someone else. Like this message as a prophetic act, declaring, I honor the mercy that has covered me. Share it with someone you know is standing on the edge, because your obedience could be the light that pulls them back from destruction. And if you haven't yet subscribed, do so now, not as routine, but as recognition. I choose to remain connected to the stream of God's voice in my life. Chosen one, never underestimate the power of simple obedience. One click, one share, one connection may be the very chain reaction that saves a life. Just as mercy covered you, let your obedience become the mercy that reaches someone else. Heaven multiplies even the smallest act when it is done with faith. This is not about numbers, but about souls. It is not about algorithms, but about eternity. It is about letting the light that reached you reach another, so that mercy may stretch further and cover more. You are a carrier of that mercy now. You are its evidence, its testimony, its vessel. Do not hold it back. Let it flow. Beloved, the time is now. Mercy is here. Grace is calling, and heaven is waiting for your response. Do not let this moment slip by. Act. Obey. Surrender. Share. Walk through the door before it closes. And watch how the God who preserved you unveils the glory prepared for you. The door is open. Chosen one, do not delay. Step through. Chosen one, can you feel it? The stirring deep within you. The fire that refuses to stay hidden. This is not imagination. This is prophetic fire awakening in your spirit. For years, it has burned quietly, pressed down beneath fear, rejection, and delay. But now, heaven is fanning the flames. The embers are catching. The heat is rising. And what once felt like a faint glow is roaring into a blaze. This fire is not man-made. It is not born of ambition, nor sustained by emotion. It is the breath of God Himself, placed inside you before the foundations of the world. It is holy fire, the kind that burns without consuming, the kind that purifies while it empowers. It is the same fire that appeared in the bush before Moses, the same fire that fell on Mount Carmel before Elijah, the same fire that descended in the upper room before the disciples. And now, that fire stirs in you. The prophetic fire within you is not just for inspiration, it is for transformation. It burns to consume lies. It ignites to expose darkness. It spreads to awaken those who sleep. It carries revelation that cannot be taught in classrooms or manufactured by human wisdom. It is fire, straight from the throne, and it rests inside you because you were chosen to carry it. There were times you tried to extinguish it, to silence the stirring, to convince yourself you were unworthy. But the fire persisted. Why? Because it is not yours to control. It belongs to God, and He entrusted it to you. You are not the owner of the flame. You are the vessel. You are not the source. You are the torch. And your assignment is not to hide the fire, but to release it. We find in the book of Jeremiah, chapter 23, verse 29, "Is not my word like fire, declares the Lord, and like a hammer that breaks a rock in pieces? Chosen one, this is the fire you carry. It is not a flicker, it is a force. When you release the word of the Lord, it burns like fire, searing through falsehoods, consuming the chaff, purifying hearts. When you speak under the weight of the Spirit, your words do not fall empty. They strike like a hammer, shattering chains, breaking lies, dismantling strongholds. This is why your gift has been hidden until now. Fire in the wrong season can destroy, but fire in the right season purifies and ignites revival. Heaven has been preparing you, refining you, ensuring that when the flame bursts forth, it will not scorch aimlessly, but will blaze with divine precision. Do you realize the magnitude of this? Nations do not shift because of clever speeches. Hearts do not awaken because of empty motivation. True change comes only when prophetic fire is released. That is what you carry. That is why your voice matters. That is why your obedience is critical. Beloved, when you release the fire, you will notice two responses. Some will be drawn, hungry for the light and warmth. Others will be offended, uncomfortable in the heat of conviction. Do not let either response sway you. You are not called to please people. You are called to release fire. Some will be healed, some will be shaken, and some will resist. But the fire will always accomplish its purpose. Think of Peter on the day of Pentecost. His words, once timid, became flames that pierced hearts. Thousands were cut to the core, and revival erupted. That was not Peter's eloquence, it was prophetic fire. Think of Elijah before the prophets of Baal. His prayer brought down fire from heaven, and false altars were consumed. That was not Elijah's strength, it was fire. The same fire burns in you, waiting for release. Chosen one. The prophetic fire will cost you. It will set you apart even more. It will make you misunderstood by those who do not want truth. It will demand courage when your flesh craves safety. But it will also mark you with authority, and it will draw heaven's power into every word you release. The fire within you is not for entertainment, it is for deliverance. It is not for applause, it is for awakening. And when you surrender to it fully, you will see chains break, lives transform, and nations tremble. This is why you cannot hold back anymore. The fire was never meant to remain hidden. It was always meant to spread. Beloved, feel the weight of this calling. You are not just another voice among many. You are a torchbearer, a carrier of prophetic flame. You are one through whom God desires to release fire into the earth. That fire will confront, it will heal, it will awaken, and it will purify. And you, chosen one, are the vessel heaven has selected. Do not fear the fire. Do not apologize for it. Do not try to make it smaller so others feel comfortable. The fire in you is holy. Let it burn. Let it blaze. Let it roar until every chain breaks. Until every idol falls. Until every sleeper awakens. This is your season of ignition. What once flickered is now a furnace. What once whispered is now a trumpet. The prophetic fire in you is awakening. And nothing, no demon, no doubt, no delay, can stop it now. Chosen one. The shaking you feel is not just in your circumstances, it is in the spirit. Heaven is releasing tremors that ripple through unseen realms, aligning what has been out of place and dislodging what has stood in resistance. You have wondered why the atmosphere feels heavy, why the ground beneath you feels unstable, why everything familiar seems to be shifting. It is because obedience always shakes the invisible first before it manifests in the visible. When you obey, chains you cannot see begin to crack. When you surrender, walls you never knew existed begin to crumble. When you step forward in faith, earthquakes roll through the spirit, collapsing altars of darkness and opening pathways of destiny. That is why the shaking is uncomfortable, because it is not small. It is cosmic. It is eternal. Beloved, you are not just one life making one choice. You are a chosen vessel whose obedience releases aftershocks that travel further than you can imagine. Your yes is not quiet. It is thunder in the spirit. Your surrender is not hidden. It is an earthquake shaking foundations that once held generations captive. The prophet Haggai declared in his writings, chapter 2, verse 6, "This is what the Lord Almighty says, in a little while I will once more shake the heavens and the earth, the sea and the dry land." End of quote. Chosen one. This is what you are stepping into. The shaking is not against you, it is through you. Heaven has chosen you as a catalyst, a trigger point for divine alignment. When you walk in obedience, it is as though the ground responds, the atmosphere bends, and the unseen world convulses under the weight of glory. That is why your obedience feels costly. That is why every step forward feels like war. Because the moment you move, everything around you must move too. Strongholds that sat undisturbed for generations suddenly quake. Lies that wrapped themselves like roots around families are ripped out. Darkness that once felt secure trembles at your footsteps. Beloved, your obedience is dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. It is not quiet submission, it is violent disruption. Every time you say yes to God, it echoes like an earthquake across eternity, toppling structures that stood for centuries. That is why the battle around your obedience has been so fierce. The enemy knew that your yes would shake far more than just your own life. Do not fear the shaking. Do not mourn what is collapsing. Some things must fall so that what is unshakable may remain. Some relationships must break. Some doors must close. Some systems must crumble. Not because you are being punished, but because God is removing what cannot withstand the glory. The shaking is mercy. The collapse is cleansing. The trembling is proof that heaven is at work. Chosen one. Think of Paul and Silas in the prison. Their obedience to worship in chains released an earthquake that broke open doors and loosed every prisoner. That was not coincidence. It was alignment. When heaven shakes the earth, chains fall not only for you, but for those around you. Your obedience is contagious deliverance. That is what the shaking in your life is about. It is not only for your freedom, it is for the freedom of many. Nations will feel the tremors of your surrender. Families will be liberated by the aftershocks of your yes. Generations will walk in open spaces because you refuse to be silent in captivity. Beloved, hear this clearly. Obedience is not cheap. It requires courage. It requires sacrifice. It requires standing firm when everything trembles. But know this, the shaking does not destroy the faithful. It only destroys what cannot stand in truth. You are unshakable because you are rooted in Christ, and He is the rock that cannot be moved. The ground may quake, but your foundation will not crack. The storm may roar, but your anchor will not break. The shaking may strip, but what remains will be pure, eternal, and strong. That is the gift of obedience. It leaves behind only what cannot be destroyed. So do not fear when everything shifts. Do not panic when everything rattles. Rejoice, because the shaking is proof that heaven is moving. It is evidence that your obedience has reached into realms you cannot see. It is the sound of strongholds collapsing and destinies unlocking. Chosen one, the time of silence is over. This is the hour of trembling glory. You are part of a move that will shake nations, and it begins with you, saying yes in the small things. Your surrender today is not insignificant, it is seismic. It is heaven's strategy to destabilize darkness and establish light. And now, I ask you to take prophetic action. If this word burns in your spirit, type the number 888 inches, the comments. Why 888? Because it is the number of new beginnings, resurrection, and eternal covenant. By declaring it, you are saying, I embrace the shaking. I trust the collapse. I step into the new beginning. God is releasing through my obedience. It is your way of aligning with heaven's movement, declaring that you will not resist the tremors, but flow with them into destiny. Beloved, do not underestimate this. Your obedience has always been bigger than you, and today, heaven confirms it with shaking. Everything that must fall will fall. Everything that must rise will rise. And through it all, you will stand, unshakable, because you are rooted in the rock of ages. Chosen one, lift your eyes. See the ground quaking beneath darkness. See the walls crumbling. See the doors opening. This is not chaos, it is construction. Heaven is rebuilding. Heaven is aligning. Heaven is shaking until the earth reflects the kingdom of God. And you are part of the tremor. So walk boldly, obey fully, stand firmly. The shaking has begun, and it will not stop until the unshakable kingdom is revealed. Chosen one, there is a lion within you. For too long, the roar has been muffled under fear, rejection, and timidity. For too long, you have believed the whispers that told you to stay quiet, to stay small, to stay hidden. Yet heaven has never seen you as timid. Heaven has always known the roar resting inside you. And now, the Spirit of God is awakening that raw boldness rising, courage igniting, strength breaking free from the chains of hesitation. Boldness is not arrogance. It is not pride or self-reliance. True boldness is the confidence that comes from knowing who walks with you, who fights for you, who dwells within you. It is the certainty that no weapon formed against you can prosper. the unshakable trust that greater is He who is in you than he who is in the world. Boldness is not built on personality, it is built on presence. And that presence has never left you. The voice of God thundered in the book of Joshua. Chapter 1, verse 9. Have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be afraid. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. And chosen one. Hear this as a personal command, not a distant verse. Heaven commands you, be strong, be courageous. Do not fear. Do not grow weary. Why? Because the Lion of Judah walks with you. You are not sent into battle alone. You are backed by the armies of heaven. You are not a fragile lamb wandering the wilderness. You are a lion rising to your rightful stance, carrying the authority of Christ Himself. There is a roar inside you that terrifies the enemy. Every time you speak truth, the roar shakes lies from their thrones. Every time you step forward in obedience, the roar rattles hell's foundations. Every time you simply refuse to bow to fear, your roar resounds. This is why the enemy tried so hard to silence you, because your roar carries freedom for others. Think of Daniel in the lion's den. The lions outside him were real, but the lion inside him was greater. Think of Esther before the king. She entered trembling, but the lion within her roared, and an entire nation was spared. Think of Peter after Pentecost. Once afraid of speaking to a servant girl, he now roared before thousands, carrying prophetic fire. The same transformation is happening in you. Boldness is not the absence of fear, it is obedience in the face of fear. Courage does not mean you never tremble, it means you step forward even when you tremble. The roar within you is not about feelings, it is about faith. Faith declares, I will not bow. I will not be silent. I will not shrink back. I will stand. I will speak. I will roar. Beloved, do not despise the days you felt timid. Even those days were shaping you. The quietness prepared your ears to hear God's whisper. The trembling taught you dependence. But now, the season of silence is over. The season of timidity is finished. Heaven declares a new chapter, boldness rising, courage awakened, the lion within unleashed. Your roar is not just for yourself, it is for others. There are people who will only find their voice after they hear yours. There are captives who will only be freed when your roar breaks their chains. There are generations waiting for someone to stand boldly in the face of darkness. That someone is you. You cannot stay silent any longer. Chosen one. This boldness will not make you reckless, it will make you relentless. It will not make you arrogant, it will make you anchored. It will not make you harsh, it will make you unshakable. The roar of heaven does not come to wound, it comes to awaken. And when it flows through you, it will pierce the darkness. Not with cruelty, but with clarity. Not with anger, but with authority. You may still feel small at times. You may still wonder if you are ready. But the truth is this: boldness is not about you being ready, it is about God being with you. And He is. Every step you take, every word you speak, every roar you release is backed by His power. That is why the enemy trembles. That is why doors open. That is why chains break. Beloved, hear this. The lion within you is not coming, it is here. The roar is not distant, it is rising. The time of silence is over. The Spirit is clothing you in courage, anointing you with boldness, filling your mouth with fire. And as you step forward, you will find that what once terrified you now trembles before you. Do not apologize for your roar. Do not tone it down to make others comfortable. Do not silence it because some will misunderstand it. Your roar is holy. It is heaven's sound. It is the cry of the Spirit through your voice, declaring freedom, truth, and destiny. Let it out. Let it resound. Let it echo until every wall falls. Chosen one. Stand tall. Lift your head. Straighten your shoulders. Let the lion within rise. You are not timid. You are not weak. You are not forgotten. You are bold. You are strong. You are chosen. And when you roar, the nations will know it is not you they hear it. It is the voice of the Lion of Judah roaring through you. Chosen one. Heaven has anointed you as a torchbearer. For years, you may have felt like a flickering candle, fragile, unnoticed, easily overlooked. Yet what you carried was never small, even in your weakness. Light has always been inside you, and now God is setting you apart to carry that light boldly into generations. You are not called to simply survive with a flame. You are chosen to blaze as a torch, igniting others, illuminating paths, and burning with glory that cannot be hidden. This torch you carry is not your own. It is the fire of heaven, entrusted into human hands, designed to pass from one life to another, from one generation to the next. You are part of a chain that stretches through history, from prophets who cried in the wilderness, to apostles who turned the world upside down, to martyrs whose flames could not be extinguished. And now, it is your turn. You stand in that lineage. You are next in line to carry the flame. As Jesus himself declared in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 5, verse 14, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden." Oh, chosen one, receive this truth. You are the light of the world, not because of who you are, but because of who shines through you. You are a city on a hill. You cannot be hidden, no matter how hard you try. The fire inside you was never meant to be concealed under fear, shame, or silence. It was meant to blaze openly, guiding others out of darkness. Consider how a torch functions. A torch does not light itself. It must be ignited by another flame. In the same way, your light was kindled by the hand of God. Yet once lit, a torch does not keep fire for itself. It shares it. One torch can ignite another, and soon an entire generation burns with the same flame. This is your calling, not only to carry the light, but to multiply it. Your obedience will ignite others. Your testimony will awaken fire in sleeping hearts. Your surrender will become a spark in those who thought their light was gone. But being a torchbearer is costly. A torch does not burn without sacrifice. To carry fire means to endure heat, to feel weight, to accept responsibility. The light you bear will make you visible, and visibility attracts both seekers of truth and enemies of it. You must prepare your heart for both. Some will celebrate your flame, others will mock it, and some will try to extinguish it. But none of them can succeed, because the fire in you does not originate from man, it originates from God. Beloved, you may not feel ready. You may still believe your light is too small. Yet heaven declares, your time is now. The generation around you groans for hope. The darkness grows thicker, and the world cries out for clarity. God has placed the solution in you, not because you are flawless, but because you are willing, and a willing vessel, ablaze with the Spirit, is more powerful than 1,000 voices without fire. Think of Gideon, once hiding in fear, later holding a torch in battle as God turned weakness into victory. Think of Deborah, a prophetess and judge, whose bold flame led Israel into triumph. Think of Paul, once blinded by darkness, transformed into a torch of revelation that spread across nations. None of them felt sufficient. All of them were chosen. And so are you. To be a torchbearer means you carry both light and direction. People who walk in confusion will follow your flame. Families wandering in shadows will find their path because you shine. Nations will be stirred by the torch in your hand. Do not underestimate what one burning life can do. Revival has always begun with one spark, and you are that spark in this time. Beloved, being a torchbearer also means you must remain connected to the source. A flame without fuel eventually fades. You must continually return to the altar, continually seek His presence, continually drink from His Spirit. The more you surrender, the brighter you burn, the more you draw near, the steadier your flame becomes. This is not about striving harder, but about abiding deeper. Your torch is sustained not by your effort, but by His fire. The path of the torchbearer will not always be easy. There will be nights when the darkness presses in, when the wind howls, when the weight feels heavy. In those moments, remember, you do not carry this flame alone. Heaven walks with you. Angels surround you. The Spirit within you keeps the fire alive even when you feel weary. And the one who ignited you will never abandon you. Chosen one. Imagine what will happen when you release this torch boldly. Imagine generations ablaze because you refused to hide. Imagine nations illuminated because you dared to shine. Imagine lives saved from stumbling in darkness because you carried your flame into their night. This is not fantasy, it is your calling. Lift your torch high. Do not let fear lower it. Do not let shame cover it. Do not let weariness snuff it out. The world needs your flame. Heaven entrusted it to you for this very hour. And when you carry it, you do not only shine, you multiply. Your obedience becomes a wildfire of awakening, spreading from heart to heart, until whole nations burn with the glory of God. Chosen one. This is why your journey has been so intense. This is why your trials have been so heavy. Because you were not being prepared for a flicker, you were being prepared for a torch. And now, the unveiling is near. The time of hiding is over. The fire within you must be seen. Do not shrink back. Do not apologize. Do not doubt. The flame you carry is holy, and it will not fail. You are a torchbearer, and your assignment is to blaze until the world sees the light of heaven through you. Chosen one. Your life is the battlefield of two kingdoms. Every struggle, every temptation, every breakthrough, none of it has been random. You stand at the center of a cosmic war. Light and darkness clashing over your destiny. That is why your battles have felt so fierce, why your burdens have been so heavy, and why your victories have been so costly. You are not just living through personal challenges, you are living through eternal collisions. This war is not fought with swords of steel or weapons of flesh. It is fought in the unseen, in realms where angels and demons contend, where prayer becomes a weapon, And where your obedience is ammunition, every yes you give to God strikes a blow against the enemy. Every step you take in faith weakens darkness. Every time you worship in the midst of pain, you release fire that terrifies hell. The Apostle reminds us in his letter to the Ephesians, chapter 6, verse 12, "For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and spiritual forces of evil." Chosen one. Hear this truth. The real battle is not against people. It is not your family, your co-workers, or your critics. It is not those who rejected you or betrayed you. The true enemy is unseen. Darkness manipulates, accuses, and schemes, hoping you will waste your energy fighting flesh instead of standing in the Spirit. That is why the battle feels confusing, because what you see is not the full story. But do not be afraid. Though the battle is real, your victory is certain. The cross of Christ already secured the triumph. His blood disarmed principalities. His resurrection shattered the power of the grave. You fight not for victory, but from victory. The lion within you roars because it carries the echo of a war already won. Still, the fight continues until the day of final judgment. That is why you must remain alert. Do not fall asleep while the enemy prowls. Do not lower your guard when the war rages. Put on the armor of God. Wield the sword of the Spirit. And stand firm. You were not chosen to be a casualty. You were chosen to be a conqueror. Beloved, your life is proof of this war. Every time the enemy tried to destroy you and failed, it was evidence of heaven's power shielding you. Every time despair tried to suffocate you, but hope rose instead, it was evidence of God's hand lifting you. Every time lies tried to define you, but truth broke through, it was evidence of the Spirit roaring inside you. You have already been living as a warrior, even when you didn't realize it. Chosen one. Let this sink in. Your warfare is not wasted. Every battle has sharpened you. Every attack has trained you. Every scar has become a weapon. And now, you are rising as one who does not just survive war but shifts it. When you pray, atmospheres change. When you speak, principalities tremble. When you worship, the sound carries like thunder into realms unseen. This is why your obedience matters. This is why your surrender matters. This is why your voice matters. You are not passive in this war. You are strategic. You are a chosen vessel through which heaven enforces victory on earth. Beloved, the battle may feel endless, but take heart. You are not fighting alone. Angels surround you. The Spirit empowers you. The commander of heaven's armies goes before you, and the Lion of Judah roars behind you. You are hemmed in by victory on every side. Still, do not mistake ease for blessing. Many long for comfort, but warriors are forged in fire, not in ease. You have been entrusted with battles because you were entrusted with victory. The intensity of your warfare is evidence of the weight of your calling. The enemy does not waste resources attacking what does not threaten him. The fact that you have been targeted is proof that you are dangerous to darkness. So do not shrink back. Do not surrender ground that Christ already claimed for you. Stand firm. Fight boldly. And let your life become a declaration that light always triumphs. And now, chosen one. Let me ask you something important. If this message resonates with your spirit, do not keep it hidden. like this word as a sign of agreement, saying, I choose to stand in the light. Share it with someone who is weary in battle, because your obedience may ignite their courage. And if you have not yet subscribed, do so now, not for routine, but to stay aligned with the flow of fire that heaven is pouring out here. Finally, I ask you to do something small, yet prophetic. Leave a simple comment below. Write from your spirit, whether it is, I stand firm, light wins, or I will not bow. Your words will not only seal your agreement, but will encourage others walking their own battles. Sometimes the smallest public declaration becomes the loudest trumpet of encouragement. Chosen one, the battle is fierce, but your victory is secure. Do not lose heart. Do not grow weary. You are not abandoned. You are anointed. And the fire within you will not only sustain you, but will blaze until others rise beside you. Together, the army of God will cover the earth with light, until every shadow flees and every knee bows before the King. This is the truth. The kingdoms of this world will become the kingdom of our Lord. And you, chosen one, are part of the fight that ushers in that day. Stand boldly, shine brightly, roar fiercely, for your life is the battlefield where light conquers darkness, and heaven has already declared the outcome victory. Chosen one, the days of playing small are over. For too long, you have hidden your greatness under fear, shame, or the false belief that humility means invisibility. You have dimmed your light so others would not feel uncomfortable, silenced your voice so others would not feel convicted, and stepped back when heaven was urging you forward. But the Spirit declares, no more. Heaven refuses to let you shrink when you were created to shine. The enemy's strategy has always been to convince you to minimize yourself. If he could not destroy you, he hoped to distract you. If he could not silence you completely, he hoped to convince you to whisper, but do you not see? Even your whisper carried weight. Even your smallest step forward disrupted darkness. Imagine. Then, what will happen when you stop shrinking and step into the fullness of your calling? Beloved, humility is not about denying the greatness God placed inside you. True humility is recognizing the source of that greatness. It is not you, but Him. It is not arrogance to stand tall in what heaven gave you. It is obedience. Arrogance says, this is mine, and I boast in it. Obedience says, this is God's, and I will not hide it. To bury your gift is not humility, it is disobedience. It was proclaimed in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 1, verse 6. For this reason I remind you to fan into flame the gift of God which is in you through the laying on of my hands. Chosen one, the gift inside you is not meant to stay dormant. It is meant to blaze. It is meant to grow. It is meant to roar like fire until nations see the glory of God through you. To fan it into flame means to stir it, to use it, to let it burn brighter, not to smother it under fear. This is your command. Stop shrinking. Start fanning. Stop hiding. Start shining. Consider the parable of the talents. One servant buried what was given, believing he was safe in hiding. But the master rebuked him, not for losing the gift, but for failing to multiply it. Heaven does not honor passivity. Heaven honors boldness, obedience, and stewardship. To play small is to insult the greatness of the one who chose you, but to rise boldly is to glorify him. Chosen one. Reflect for a moment. How many times have you stepped back when you should have stepped forward? How many times have you silenced your voice when heaven placed words of fire in your mouth? How many times have you allowed the fear of judgment or rejection to smother your roar? Yet even in those moments, mercy covered you. And now, heaven calls again. Step forward. Do not shrink. Do not apologize. Do not diminish what I have given you. This is your season of enlargement. The boundaries that once confined you are breaking. The ceilings that once limited you are shattering. The fears that once paralyzed you are dissolving in the presence of God's boldness rising in you. Playing small is no longer an option. You are chosen for nations, not corners. You are chosen for influence, not obscurity. You are chosen for impact, not invisibility. Beloved, remember this: the enemy does not fear a hidden gift. He fears a released gift. As long as you remain small, he remains unshaken. But the moment you rise, the moment you declare, the moment you act, he trembles. That is why the resistance has been so fierce. That is why the lies in your mind have been so loud, because he knows what will happen when you stop playing small. Do not let false humility deceive you any longer. You were not called to hide. You were not created to shrink. You were designed to shine with unshakable brilliance. To play small dishonors the calling on your life. To rise boldly honors the God who gave it. This is your moment to decide. Will you bury the gift? Or will you fan it into flame? Chosen one. The spirit within you is not timid. It is not fearful. It is power, love, and soundness of mind. When you walk into a room, you are not bringing emptiness, you are bringing presence. When you open your mouth, you are not releasing noise, you are releasing fire. When you step forward, you are not moving in your own strength, you are moving in divine authority. Stop playing small when heaven has dressed you in glory. Let this truth ignite you. You are chosen to disrupt darkness, to heal the broken, to awaken the sleeping, to release the bound. You cannot do that by hiding. You cannot do that by whispering. You can only do it by standing tall, bold, and unapologetic about the fire inside you. Beloved, the world has enough counterfeits, enough noise, enough shadows. What it lacks is authentic voices ablaze with God's Spirit. And that is exactly who you are. You are not a copy. You are not an echo. You are an original torchbearer, chosen to shine in this generation. So rise, chosen one. No more shrinking. No more silencing. No more smallness. Fan the flame. Let the roar rise. Let the fires spread. You were never meant to blend in. You were always meant to stand out. And when you do, the nations will see the glory of God reflected in your life. Chosen one. Every hardship you have endured was not random cruelty. It was the refining furnace. You may have thought you were simply being tested, but in truth, you were being shaped. Fire has always been God's tool for purification, for separating what is temporary from what is eternal, what is false from what is true, what is fragile from what is unshakable. And you, beloved, have walked through fire not to be destroyed, but to be revealed. The refining furnace is not pleasant. It strips away comfort. It exposes weakness. It presses against every part of you that resists surrender. Yet it is also the place where gold emerges, pure and radiant, cleansed of all impurities. This is the mystery. What feels like breaking is actually building. What feels like loss is actually gain. What feels like punishment is actually preparation. The prophet reminds us in the book of Zechariah, chapter 13, verse 9, "This third I will put into the fire. I will refine them like silver and test them like gold. They will call on my name, and I will answer them. I will say, 'They are my people.' And they will say, 'The Lord is our God.'" Chosen one. You are that gold. You are that silver. Every flame you faced was heaven's refining fire. Every furnace you walked through was not to burn you, but to reveal the brilliance buried inside you. This is why you survived what others could not. This is why you stood when others fell. Because heaven was not trying to consume you, it was trying to cleanse you. Think of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They were thrown into a furnace designed to destroy. Yet, instead of perishing, they walked with the Son of God in the flames. The fire that was meant for their death became the place of their greatest revelation. So it has been with you. The very heat that should have consumed you has only unveiled His presence more clearly in your life. Do you see it now? Every loss stripped away distractions. Every betrayal revealed true loyalty. Every season of lack awakened deeper faith. Every tear watered the soil of endurance. You thought you were being broken down, but in reality, you were being refined into a vessel fit for glory. Beloved, the refining furnace does not just remove, it transforms. It does not just take away, it gives back greater. You entered weak, but you emerge strong. You entered doubting, but you emerge with unshakable faith. You entered fearful, but you emerge bold as a lion. The very flames that once terrified you are the same flames that now testify. You are chosen. You are refined. You are ready. The furnace explains why your life has felt intense, why relationships cracked under pressure, why dreams seemed delayed, why paths that looked promising suddenly closed. These were not random detours, they were the hand of God refining you. He could not allow counterfeit gold to remain. He could not let impurities poison the purity of your calling. And so, He burned away what could not remain, leaving behind what cannot be shaken. Chosen one. Remember this truth. Refined gold is more valuable than raw ore. What you lost was nothing compared to what you gained. You may have mourned seasons of stripping, but heaven celebrates your transformation. You are not who you once were. You are stronger, deeper, wiser, purer. You are fire-tested, spirit-forged, heaven-approved. And now, the brilliance of your life is about to be unveiled. The gold inside you is no longer hidden under layers of fear, compromise, or distraction. It shines, radiant and unshakable. The world will not see the pain you endured. They will see the glory you carry. And when they marvel, you will testify. It was the furnace that shaped me. It was the fire that refined me. It was the hand of God that preserved me. Do not despise the fire. Thank God for it. For without the furnace, the impurities would remain. Without the flames, the brilliance would be concealed. Without the refining, the vessel could not hold the glory. The fire was never your enemy. It was your ally. pain was never your punishment, it was your preparation. Beloved, let this truth rest deeply in you. You are not fragile. You are fire-forged. You are not weak. You are refined strength. You are not broken. You are rebuilt in glory. And now, you carry authority that only those who have walked through the furnace can carry. When you speak, your words will not be shallow, they will be fire-tested. When you lead, your steps will not be hesitant, they will be steady. When you pray, your petitions will not be empty, they will be weighty. Because they are born from the furnace, others will feel the authority in your presence and not know why. But you will know it is the residue of the fire. Chosen one, do not mourn the flames that shaped you. Rejoice, for they proved you could not be destroyed. They proved the presence of God was with you. They proved you are chosen, set apart, and refined for such a time as this. Lift your head, straighten your shoulders, walk boldly, carrying the shine of refined gold, for you are living proof that the fire refines, but it does not consume. And now, your life will shine with glory that no darkness can dim. Chosen one, do you feel the shift? The crown of the overcomer is being lowered upon your head. You have walked through valleys, carried burdens, endured rejection, stood through fire, and survived battles others could not have borne. Yet here you are not broken, not forsaken, but rising. Heaven calls you not a victim, but a victor, not a survivor, but an overcomer. The crown prepared for you is not a metaphor, it is the spiritual seal of authority. Victory and glory placed on those who endured faithfully. This crown is not given lightly. It is not a trinket or ornament, it is a mark of heaven's approval. Proof that you stood when others fell, that you held fast when others let go, that you believed when doubt screamed louder. It is the reward of those who refuse to surrender in the heat of battle, who press forward even when weariness presses against their bones. You are one of them, chosen one. This is why the crown of the overcomer is yours. The Apostle James reminds us in his letter, chapter 1, verse 12, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because, having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." And, beloved, this is your promise. The crown of life is not for those who had it easy. It is not for those who never stumbled or faced resistance. It is for those who persevered, who endured, who pressed forward despite trials. It is for the ones like you, those who felt the crushing weight of battle but never surrendered their love for God. The crown of life is heaven's declaration. You are victorious. Think of the seasons you almost gave up, the nights when despair whispered louder than hope, the days when silence felt unbearable, and yet something within you refused to let go. That something was the Spirit of God preserving you, strengthening you, whispering in the darkness, "Hold on, keep going, do not quit." And because you did, the crown is yours. Chosen one, do not underestimate the weight of this crown. It is not only for eternity, it carries significance now. A crowned one walks differently. A crowned one speaks differently. A crowned one lives with authority, not fear. When you accept the crown of the overcomer, you begin to live as one who cannot be shaken. Demons recognize it. Angels honor it. Heaven celebrates it. And earth cannot ignore it. This crown is the evidence that the fire refined you, not consumed you. It is proof that the storms built you, not destroyed you. It is the seal of your testimony, the mark that says, "This one belongs to heaven," and no power of hell can change it. Beloved, there is also responsibility in wearing this crown. Overcomers are not crowned only for their sake. They are crowned to lead others into victory. Your life becomes a testimony, a guiding flame for those still in their own valleys. You will walk into rooms where despair suffocates, and simply by your presence, hope will rise. You will meet people chained by fear, and your words will unlock their faith. You will encounter generations lost in confusion, and your roar will call them into clarity. This is why the crown matters. It is not for you to sit on a throne of comfort, but to walk as a beacon of victory. You are called to release hope into the hopeless, strength into the weary, fire into the fading. Your crown is not about status, it is about service. It is about carrying victory into every place you go. Chosen one. Pause here. Reflect on how far you've come. Think of the wounds that tried to define you. Think of the betrayals that cut deep. Think of the losses that seemed unbearable. And now, realize this: none of them had the power to end you. You are still here. And not only here, you are stronger, wiser, sharper, brighter. That is the evidence of the crown. This moment, heaven invites you to take prophetic action. If this word burns in your spirit, type the number 999 inches, the comments. Why 999? Because it is the number of completion, finality, and fulfillment. By writing it, you are declaring, "I have endured. I have overcome. I step into the fullness of what God has promised." The cycle of trial is turning into the season of triumph. This is not just digits, it is a prophetic seal of your agreement with heaven's word over your life. Do not hesitate. Every act of faith is a seed in the Spirit. And when you type those numbers, you declare that the crown rests upon your head, not as a hope, but as a reality. Beloved, let this truth strengthen you. The trials you faced were not wasted. The storms were not meaningless. The fire was not random. They were all preparing you for this crown. The weight you carried was the training ground for the authority you now hold. And the authority you hold will shake nations. The crown of the overcomer is not quiet. It shines. It speaks. It declares loudly that the God who sustained you is faithful. And when others see it, they will know that what He did for you, He can do for them. Your testimony will become their prophecy. Your victory will become their encouragement. Your crown will become their hope. So, wear it boldly. Do not hide it. Do not minimize it. Do not apologize for it. You paid for this crown with perseverance, with tears, with prayers, with faith. And heaven now places it upon your head as a sign. You are chosen. You are crowned. You are victorious. Chosen one. The journey is not over. More battles will come. More trials will arise. But now you fight as a crowned one, as one who knows the end from the beginning. You fight not as a victim scrambling for survival, but as an overcomer standing in victory, and because of that, you will never walk the same again. Lift your head, crowned one. Stand tall, overcomer. Shine, torchbearer. The nations will soon see the glory resting on you, and they will know it is not by might, not by power, but by the Spirit of the Lord who carried you through the fire and crowned you in glory. Chosen one. You have walked through many seasons where nothing seemed to make sense. Doors opened and closed without warning. People entered your life only to exit suddenly. Opportunities you thought were certain slipped from your hands. At times, you wondered if your journey was chaos, if your steps were random, if your prayers were unheard. But heaven whispers now, it was never chaos, it was strategy. Every twist, every delay, every turn was heaven's hand, aligning you for an assignment greater than your understanding. God's strategy is rarely visible in the moment. When you are in the middle of the journey, all you see are fragments. But the Master is weaving those fragments into a tapestry of destiny. What feels like detours are actually directions. What looks like disappointments are actually redirections. What seems like silence is actually God working behind the scenes, aligning people, places, and timing to fit His perfect plan for your life. As the Apostle Paul declared in his letter to the Romans, chapter 8, verse 28, "And we know that in all things God works for the good of those who love Him, who have been called according to His purpose." Chosen one. This is your assurance. Nothing has been wasted. Every loss, every delay, every closed door, it all fits into a greater good. You may not see the full picture now, but heaven has been orchestrating your steps with precision. Even your mistakes, redeemed by grace, have become part of the strategy. Even your failures, surrendered to God, have been woven into the tapestry of purpose. Think of Joseph, betrayed by brothers, sold into slavery, forgotten, in prison. To the human eye, his life looked like tragedy after tragedy, but in hindsight, it was divine strategy. Every step positioned him for the palace, where he would not only rise but save nations. The very betrayals that broke him became the bridges to his destiny. So it is with you, beloved. Heaven's strategy often hides in pain. The pruning of relationships feels like loss, yet it clears the path for divine connections. The stripping of comfort feels cruel, yet it sharpens focus for greater assignments. The silence of God feels unbearable, yet it teaches trust in His presence beyond feelings. Strategy is at work, even when your eyes cannot perceive it. Do not despise the seasons that confused you. Do not curse the years that felt wasted. Heaven was never wasting them. They were building you, shaping you, preparing you. Strategy takes time. You are not delayed. You are being positioned. The place you are standing in right now is not an accident. It is the result of countless invisible alignments heaven has been orchestrating on your behalf. Chosen one. God is not only aligning circumstances, He is aligning people. There are individuals being prepared right now to walk into your life at the exact moment you need them. Divine connections are being orchestrated, people who will carry part of your assignment, people who will unlock doors you cannot open, people who will confirm the voice of God already burning inside you. At the same time, those who cannot walk with you into the future are being gently, or sometimes suddenly, removed. This is not cruelty, it is clarity. Heaven will not allow voices of distraction to sabotage a destiny of glory. And not only people, God is aligning places. Geography matters in the spirit. There are lands where your gift will flourish and lands where it will wither. There are territories assigned to your voice, atmospheres assigned to your anointing. Sometimes God uproots you from one place, not to punish you, but to plant you where your roots can grow deeper and your fruit can feed nations. Do not resist his planting. Trust his positioning. Even timing is strategic. Perhaps you have felt late, watching others race ahead while you seemed stuck. But heaven operates on kairos, not chronos on appointed times, not human clocks. You are not late. You are on schedule. What looked like delay was actually God holding you back until the appointed hour when your unveiling would carry the most impact. When the door opens, you will see why the wait was necessary. Beloved, you must learn to trust the strategy. Do not measure your life by what your eyes see today. Measure it by the promise of the one who weaves all things together. Trust that even when the path curves, it leads to destiny. Trust that even when people leave, it makes room for the right ones to arrive. Trust that even when the silence feels heavy, the voice of God has not abandoned you. Strategy is unfolding. Even now, think of a master chess player, moving pieces across the board. To the untrained eye, some moves seem strange, unnecessary, even foolish. But to the master, every move is intentional, preparing for the final victory. In the same way, God has been moving the pieces of your life, sometimes removing, sometimes advancing, sometimes holding still, but always with strategy. And the final outcome is guaranteed. Your victory, his glory. Chosen one. Take comfort in this. You are not wandering. You are being led. You are not drifting. You are being aligned. Your story is not chaos. It is choreography. Every step, even the painful ones, are part of a divine dance that ends in glory. Do not let discouragement blind you to strategy. Instead, let faith open your eyes to the bigger picture. You will look back one day and see the thread of heaven woven through every detail. You will realize that nothing was wasted. Nothing was random. Nothing was outside his hand. Even what the enemy meant for harm, God has turned for good. Beloved, lift your eyes from the fragments and trust the tapestry. You are not forgotten, you are aligned. You are not lost, you are positioned. Heaven's strategy is unfolding. And you, chosen one, are right on schedule. Chosen one. Heaven has kept you alive for this moment. You may not have always seen it, but divine preservation has been the hidden story of your life. The enemy launched assignments against you from childhood, hoping to silence you before you could rise. There were battles that should have ended you, accidents that could have taken you, betrayals that could have crushed you, moments when despair almost swallowed you whole. And yet, you are still here, not by accident, not by chance, by divine preservation. God has shielded you more times than you realize. His hand blocked darts you never saw. His angels stood between you and destruction. His mercy carried you through storms that would have drowned others. The fact that you breathe, the fact that you stand, the fact that you are even reading this now is proof that heaven refused to let your story end prematurely. The psalmist David reminds us in the book of Psalms, chapter 121, verses 7 and 8, "The Lord will keep you from all harm. He will watch over your life. The Lord will watch over your coming and going, both now and forevermore." And chosen one. This is not abstract poetry. It is your testimony. The Lord has kept you from harm. He has watched over your life. Every coming, every going, every rise, every fall, He has been there. When you thought you were abandoned, He was guarding you. When you thought you were cursed, He was covering you. When you thought it was the end, He was only beginning. This divine preservation is not because you were lucky, nor because you were strong, but because you were chosen. Heaven could not allow your story to end before your assignment was fulfilled. You were preserved for purpose, protected for destiny, guarded for glory. Look back for a moment. Can you see it now? The car accident you narrowly avoided, the illness that could have been fatal but wasn't, the relationship that could have destroyed you but ended just in time, the breakdown that could have shattered your mind but somehow turned into breakthrough. These were not coincidences. They were preservation. Beloved, divine preservation also explains why certain doors were shut, why certain relationships ended, why certain opportunities slipped from your grasp. What looked like disappointment was actually protection. Heaven knew what you could not see. Had those doors opened, they would have destroyed you. Had those people stayed, they would have derailed you. Preservation often feels like rejection, but in time, you realize it was mercy in disguise. Chosen one. Your life carries evidence of battles that never touched you because heaven fought them on your behalf. Do not think for a moment that you survived only the attacks you saw. Countless others were cancelled before they ever reached you. Heaven's armies have surrounded you more times than you know. This preservation is not just for survival, it is for impact. You were not kept alive just to exist. You were kept alive to shine. Your survival is the seed of nations' revival. Your testimony is the spark of others' deliverance. Your preserved life is a weapon heaven uses to declare, "No weapon formed against you shall prosper." Beloved, because you have been preserved, you must not remain silent. Your story must be told. Your testimony must be shared. Others need to hear how God preserved you so they can find faith for their own battles. This is why I ask you now, if this word has stirred your spirit, let your agreement be seen. Like this message as a declaration, I have been preserved by God's hand. Share it, not for routine, but because someone on the edge of despair needs to know that survival is possible, that divine preservation is real. And subscribe if you haven't yet, not out of habit, but to remain connected to the continual flow of fire heaven is releasing here. You may think a like, a share, a subscription is small, but small seeds create great harvests. The word you pass along today may become the lifeline for someone who feels they cannot go on. Your obedience may be the spark that brings them back from the brink, just as you were preserved. God wants to use you as a vessel of preservation for others. Chosen one. Your survival is not a secret, it is a strategy. You are living proof of God's faithfulness. A testimony that light overcomes darkness, that mercy triumphs over judgment, that preservation triumphs over destruction. And because you are still here, the assignment is not over, it is only beginning. Lift your head. Beloved, do not carry shame for the battles you faced. Do not carry regret for the years you thought were wasted. All of it was preservation. All of it was preparation. And now, the unveiling of your destiny begins. The same God who preserved you will empower you. The same hand that kept you will crown you. The same Spirit that guarded you will guide you. Chosen one, live boldly in this truth. You are here because heaven said so. No enemy could take you out. No storm could drown you. No weapon could destroy you. You are preserved, chosen, and unstoppable. And now, it is time to rise. Testify, and let the world see the glory of the one who kept you, chosen one. This is the hour of decision. Heaven has brought you to the edge of a threshold, and the weight of your choice will shape more than your own future. You are standing at a divine crossing, where every step forward requires courage, and every step backward risks forfeiting destiny. This moment is not casual, it is sacred. The Spirit of God is pressing into your heart with clarity and urgency. You must choose whom you will serve, how you will walk, and what voice you will follow. There has never been a greater pull on your life. The world calls for compromise, whispering promises of ease, acceptance, and comfort. Darkness lures with illusions of control, success, or pleasure. Yet deep within, your spirit knows the truth. You cannot belong to both. You cannot waver between opinions forever. The edge is here, and you must decide. The prophet Elijah spoke as recorded in the first book of Kings, chapter 18, verse 21. How long will you waver between two opinions? If the Lord is God, follow him. But if Baal is God, follow him. Beloved, the Spirit asks you this same question now. How long will you waver? How long will you stand with one foot in obedience and the other in hesitation? How long will you carry the fire within but refuse to release it? You are not called to live divided. You are called to live devoted. This decision is not only about you. Entire atmospheres shift when the chosen ones decide. Families break free from generational curses when one chosen one decides. Nations awaken when a single voice of obedience decides. The weight of your choice ripples far beyond your personal story. That is why the urgency presses so deeply right now. You have felt this pull before, times when the Spirit stirred you, yet fear held you back. Times when you sensed the door opening, yet doubt kept you standing still. But mercy has carried you here again. Heaven has paused the noise around you to ask for your yes. This time, do not delay. This time, do not shrink. This time, do not waver. Beloved, this is the reality. Indecision is still a decision. To stay silent when God calls is to resist him. To delay when he says now is to disobey. To cling to comfort when he asks for courage is to choose the world over the kingdom. But you were not chosen for indecision. You were chosen for devotion. Heaven is not asking for perfection. Heaven is asking for surrender. Not flawless steps, but a yielded heart. Not a life without mistakes, but a heart that refuses to turn away. God is not demanding what you cannot give. He is inviting you to give what is already in your hand, your yes. Chosen one. Your yes carries power. When you say yes, chains break, not just yours, but those of many connected to you. When you say yes, doors swing open, not just for you, but for generations after you. When you say yes, heaven aligns. Angels are released, and the enemy trembles. That is why this decision matters so deeply. I must give you a prophetic action now. Seal your choice, not only in your heart, but with your declaration. In the comments, type, I choose God. Simple words, 3 syllables, but when released with faith, they become thunder in the spirit. They tell heaven, I am yours. They tell hell, I am not available. They tell your soul, I am decided. This is no small act. This is alignment. This is covenant. This is you stepping fully into destiny. Do not underestimate what happens when you make such declarations. The unseen responds. The moment you type those words, you are drawing a line in the sand. You are marking your territory. You are choosing life over death, destiny over delay, obedience over hesitation. And once you declare it, heaven rushes to empower it. Beloved, indecision has held you long enough. Fear has whispered too many lies. Doubt has stolen too much time. But now, you are free to choose, boldly. Do not bow to the idols of this age comfort, pride, acceptance. Do not waver between pleasing people and pleasing God. You were not made for compromise, you were made for covenant. Think of Joshua, who declared before all of Israel, As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. Think of Ruth, who declared to Naomi, Your God will be my God. Think of Peter, who declared to Jesus, Lord, to whom shall we go? You have the words of eternal life. Their declarations shaped history. And now, yours will too. Chosen one. The urgency is real. Time is short. The world does not need half-hearted voices. It needs burning ones. It does not need indecisive souls. It needs decisive warriors. And you are one of them. Heaven did not bring you this far to leave you wavering. Heaven brought you here to crown your yes with power. This is your edge moment. Step across it with boldness. Say it with your mouth. Seal it with your action. Live it with your life. I choose God. And as you do, watch the atmosphere shift. Watch the chains break. Watch the doors open. Watch the fire roar. Beloved, let this be the day heaven records as the turning point of your destiny. The day you stopped wavering. The day you stopped shrinking. The day you decided fully and finally to live as the chosen one you are. Chosen one. The path you walk is narrow. It has always been narrow. Pressed between the pull of the world and the call of heaven. At times, you looked at others taking broader paths, paths of compromise, paths of ease, paths where crowds gathered, and you wondered why your road felt so lonely, so steep, so demanding. Yet heaven whispers, this narrow road is proof you are chosen. Broad is the way that leads to destruction, but narrow is the road that leads to life. And you, beloved, were set apart for life. The narrow road is not punishment. It is protection. God has fenced you in, not to limit you, but to preserve you. He has restricted your options, not to suffocate you, but to keep you aligned with destiny. You may have envied others who seemed free to do as they pleased. Yet look closer. Their freedom led to chains. Their indulgence led to emptiness. Meanwhile, your restrictions, though painful, have birthed purity, focus, and strength. Chosen one. The narrow road is not meant to isolate you, but to identify you. The crowd cannot recognize your steps because they were never designed to walk this way. You are carrying an assignment they cannot bear, a fire they cannot handle, a crown they cannot wear. That is why your road feels lonely. Yet in that loneliness, Heaven marks you as distinct, and distinction is the birthplace of destiny. Even the stones under your feet carry meaning, the sharp edges that cut, the uneven ground that slows you, the steep climbs that test your lungs, all of them build endurance. The narrow path does not break you, it trains you. Every struggle on this road is chiseling away weakness. Every stumble is forging strength. Every tear is watering resilience. And when you reach the summit, you will understand why the road had to be narrow. It is written in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, verses 13 and 14. Enter through the narrow gate, for wide is the gate, and broad is the road that leads to destruction, and many enter through it. But small is the gate, and narrow the road that leads to life, and only a few find it. In chosen one, you are one of the few. The narrow road is your inheritance, your calling, your training ground. It is lonely because few dare to walk it. It is steep because it climbs toward glory. It is demanding because it shapes warriors, not wanderers. Do not despise its difficulty. Every steep climb is carving endurance into your bones. Every lonely stretch is drawing intimacy with God into your spirit. Every restriction is purifying you for glory. Think of Noah, building an ark while the world mocked. His road was narrow, but it preserved life. Think of Abraham, leaving home for a land unseen. His road was narrow, but it birthed a nation. Think of John the Baptist, crying out in the wilderness. His road was narrow, but it prepared the way for the Messiah. And think of Jesus himself, walking the narrowest road of all, the road of the cross. The world mocked. The crowds left. Yet his narrow road became the bridge to salvation for all. Beloved, your road may feel hidden, misunderstood, even unbearable at times, but heaven records every step. Every tear you shed on this road waters the seeds of eternity. Every sacrifice you made here is an offering that will echo forever. Nothing is wasted on the narrow road. Do not envy those who sprint on broader paths. Their pace may look faster, their journey easier, their crowds larger. But broad roads do not lead to crowns. Wide gates do not lead to glory. Their race is shallow, but yours is eternal. Heaven is not measuring your speed, but your faithfulness. And on the narrow road, faithfulness is the currency that counts. Beloved, the narrow road also demands separation. You cannot carry everything with you. You cannot drag old habits, toxic relationships, or idols of comfort through its gate. The path forces you to drop what does not belong, until only you and God remain. That is why you have felt stripping after stripping, loss after loss. It was never cruelty, it was consecration. God was lightening your load so you could endure to the end. This road also shapes vision. On the broad road, distractions surround you, voices, lights, noise. On the narrow road, vision sharpens because you must keep your eyes fixed ahead. There is no room to wander. And so, your focus is refined. You have learned to see through storms, to fix your gaze on the unseen, to recognize the hand of God in hidden places. This is the gift of the narrow road. Beloved, take courage. You are not walking this road alone. Others may be fewer, but you are part of a remnant. Across nations, there are others walking narrow roads of fire, carrying torches like yours. pressing toward glory. Though you may feel isolated, you are part of a greater company, God's hidden army. And one day, the roads of the remnant will converge, and the world will see the blaze of their obedience. The narrow road is not forever. It leads somewhere. Every painful step is carrying you closer to glory. Every sacrifice is shaping you for the unveiling. One day, you will look back and realize it was all worth it, that the steep climb birthed unshakable strength, that the loneliness birthed intimacy with God, that the restrictions birthed freedom purer than the world could ever offer. Chosen one, do not despise this season. Embrace the narrow road. Let it strip you, shape you, strengthen you. For when the unveiling comes, you will stand as one who did not bow to the crowd, who did not abandon the climb, who did not forsake the covenant. You will stand crowned, radiant, unshakably. Lift your eyes. See the road before you, not as a burden, but as a bridge. The narrow path is leading you to life, to destiny, to glory. And though few walk it, you are among them. You are chosen for it. And heaven walks it with you, step by step, until the journey is complete. Chosen one. The atmosphere around your life has always carried unusual intensity. Some would call it coincidence, others bad luck. But you know deep within that it has always been something more. Spiritual warfare. From the moment you were marked, the unseen realm recognized you as a threat. Hell began to strategize, launching attacks not because you were weak, but because you were dangerous to its dominion. Every battle you have endured has been proof of your assignment, evidence of your authority, and training for your calling. Spiritual warfare is not fought with weapons of this world. It is not flesh against flesh, nor arguments against arguments. It is fought in the invisible, where darkness seeks to distort, distract, and destroy, and where heaven equips the chosen with weapons of fire, truth, and prayer. This is why your battles have often felt strange. People around you may not have understood, because they could not see the true enemy. Yet you felt it, the heaviness in the atmosphere, the opposition that rose without reason, the resistance that intensified at key moments. Scripture says in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 10, verses 4 and 5, the weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God, and we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. Beloved, do you grasp the weight of this truth? You are not defenseless. Heaven has armed you with weapons capable of demolishing strongholds, chains that have held families for generations, lies that have bound minds in torment, atmospheres that have suffocated hope. These are not broken by human effort, but by divine authority. And you, chosen one, carry that authority. Think of how often the enemy attacked your mind, whispering lies of unworthiness, feeding you fear, clouding your vision with despair. Yet the word declares, you have the power to take every thought captive, forcing it into obedience to Christ. You are not a slave to those whispers. You are not bound to their weight. You are a warrior, equipped to demolish them with truth. Consider the patterns of resistance in your life, the doors that closed suddenly, the relationships that fractured unexpectedly, The opportunities that seemed to vanish at the last moment, these were not always natural events. Often, they were warfare. The enemy sought to weary you, to make you doubt, to tempt you into surrender. Yet here you stand. If the enemy could have destroyed you, he would have done so long ago. The fact that you remain is testimony that his strategies failed. Beloved, spiritual warfare also explains the intensity of your emotions at times, the heaviness that pressed on your spirit, the sudden waves of fear, the unexplained anger or despair. These were not always yours. Many times, you were feeling the atmosphere of the battle around you, but instead of being crushed by it, you endured it, and in enduring, you grew stronger. This is why prayer matters. Prayer is not a ritual, it is a weapon. Every whispered prayer has been fire released into the unseen. Every declaration of God's word has been a sword striking against darkness. Every time you worshipped in the storm, you shifted atmospheres. The enemy hoped to silence you because he feared your prayers. He feared your worship. He feared your declarations. Chosen one. Warfare is not proof that you are cursed. It is proof that you are chosen. The enemy does not waste resources attacking those who pose no threat. His very attention toward you is confirmation of your assignment. The greater the battle, the greater the destiny it surrounds, and yours is great indeed. Remember Job, surrounded by loss and pain. His warfare was not random, it was because heaven had marked him as righteous. Remember Daniel, targeted in Babylon. His warfare was not about lions, it was about silencing his prayers. Remember Paul, beaten and imprisoned. His warfare was not about chains, it was about stopping the spread of fire through nations. In every case, the warfare was fierce because the calling was great. So it is with you. Beloved, take heart. You are not fighting alone. The Spirit of God within you roars louder than any attack around you. Angels stand guard, ministering strength. The blood of Jesus covers you, declaring you untouchable beyond heaven's permission. And even when you feel surrounded, you are actually the one who carries the greater army. Lift your eyes. The war you face is real, but so is your victory. The enemy may roar, but his roar is hollow. His time is short. His power is limited, and his defeat was sealed at the cross. You fight not to win, but because you have already won. You stand not in uncertainty, but in assurance that nothing formed against you can prosper. So do not fear the intensity of the warfare. Do not grow weary under its weight. See it for what it is, confirmation. Confirmation that you are chosen. Confirmation that you are dangerous to darkness. Confirmation that your destiny is real. And know this, every battle you fight now is not just for you. It is for those you will lead, for those you will free, for those who will hear your testimony and find their own courage to fight. Beloved, stand tall. Tighten your grip on the sword of the Spirit. Keep your shield of faith lifted high. Wrap yourself in the belt of truth, the helmet of salvation, the breastplate of righteousness. Let your feet be ready with the gospel of peace. For you are not just surviving warfare, you are walking as a warrior who shifts the outcome of battles. Chosen one. This is your reality. Spiritual warfare is fierce, but your authority is fiercer. The fight is real, but your victory is certain. You are not merely enduring the war, you are advancing the kingdom. And one day, the very battles that tried to break you will be the stories that inspire others to rise. Chosen one. There are rivers within you that have not yet been released. You may see yourself as dry, weary, or even empty at times. But the Spirit of the living God declares otherwise. Inside you flows a fountain of life, planted there since the day you were marked as chosen. It is not stagnant, nor shallow, nor ordinary. It is eternal, inexhaustible, unstoppable. It has been waiting for the moment of release, the hour when what was hidden in you would burst forth to refresh generations. You have walked through deserts, seasons where nothing seemed to grow, where the heat of trial scorched your hope, where thirst burned your soul. Yet those deserts did not destroy you, they revealed the river within you. When the land was dry, your spirit discovered its source. When people could not quench your thirst, you learned to drink from living waters, and because of that, you carry more than you realize. Chosen one. Rivers are never meant to stay contained. They press forward, carving valleys, shaping landscapes, altering everything in their path. So it is with you. Once the rivers within you break loose, they will not only refresh, but also transform. Families will be reshaped, atmospheres shifted, communities awakened. Your obedience is the channel that determines where the waters flow. Do not underestimate the reach of what God has placed inside you, because the river is not limited to your strength. It is driven by His endless supply. Beloved, rivers also carry healing. Just as ancient waters restored the weary and cleansed the unclean, so the rivers inside you will bring restoration wherever they go. Some who encounter you will not even know why they feel lighter, freer, or renewed. It will not be your words alone, but the flow of God's Spirit moving through you. These rivers are prophetic in nature. They not only refresh, they prophesy of the kingdom to come. You are a carrier of that kingdom, a vessel through which eternity touches the present. The voice of Jesus Himself declared in the Gospel of John, chapter 7, verse 38, "Whoever believes in me, as Scripture has said, rivers of living water will flow from within them." Beloved, this is not a promise for others, only it is your promise. You are the vessel through whom rivers flow. Not one river, but rivers plural, rivers of healing, rivers of truth, rivers of courage, rivers of prophetic fire. They are not meant to stay inside you. They are meant to break out, to flood dry lands, to awaken sleeping souls, to bring life where death reigned. The enemy tried to dam those rivers. He used fear to block them, shame to cover them, doubt to poison them. But rivers cannot be stopped forever. Even when blocked, they carve new paths underground, pressing until the moment of release. And now, the pressure within you is rising. What once trickled will soon rush. What once dripped will soon pour. What once whispered will soon roar. Chosen one, understand this. The rivers within you are not just for your survival, they are for others' deliverance. There are people parched in spirit, desperate for hope, dying of thirst in barren lands. They do not need shallow words, they need rivers. And when you open your mouth, when you obey the Spirit, when you release the gift, those rivers will flow. They will not run out. They will not dry up. Because the source is not you, the source is Him. Think of Ezekiel's vision of the temple, where water trickled from the threshold and became a mighty river. No man could cross. Everywhere it flowed, Life appeared. Trees bore fruit. The sea grew fresh. Multitudes were healed. That is what you carry. You are the temple. And the river flows from within you. Everywhere you go, atmospheres will shift. Dead places will bloom. Broken hearts will heal. Captives will breathe again. Do not underestimate what happens when you release even a drop. A single word spoken in obedience can refresh a weary soul. A single prayer whispered in faith can shift the course of a life. A single act of love can awaken hope in someone drowning in despair. Drops become streams. Streams become rivers. Rivers become floods. And you, chosen one, are a floodgate. Heaven is preparing to open. Beloved, the rivers also cleanse. As they flow, they wash away lies, guilt, and shame. They break strongholds and dismantle chains. They refresh not only others but you as well. The more you pour out, the more you are renewed. This is the mystery. In giving, you are filled. In releasing, you are refreshed. In letting the rivers flow, you discover that their source never runs dry. You may feel unworthy. You may think your voice is too small, your gift too insignificant, your past too broken. But rivers do not ask the ground for permission before they flow. They break through. They carve their path. And so will you. Your obedience will unleash what you thought was impossible. Your surrender will open channels you never dreamed of. And the rivers within you will reach further than your eyes can see. Beloved, the nations do not need more noise. They need rivers. They do not need more imitation. They need living water. That is why you must release what you carry. Do not hold it back. Do not dam the flow. Do not let fear silence what was meant to roar. For the moment you release it, the flood will begin, and nothing will stop it. And now, chosen one, heaven asks for your agreement. If this word stirs your spirit, if you feel the river pressing within you, then take prophetic action. Seal it not only in your heart, but with your hand. Type the number 111 inches, the comments. By doing so, you declare, I am ready to release the rivers within me. I will not dam them up. I will let them flow, and they will bring life wherever they go. Chosen one, you have carried weight that few could understand. Nights of wrestling, mornings of weariness, days when hope seemed just out of reach, yet still you pressed forward. This is no accident. The Spirit of God has been shaping you, chiseling away everything false, everything fragile, everything temporary, until only the unshakable remains. Now heaven whispers, it is time to rise publicly. No more hiding. No more silence. No more shrinking back. The hour has come for your unveiling. This unveiling is not about vanity or attention. It is about assignment. Heaven has invested much in you, and what God planted cannot stay buried forever. Your life has been a hidden garden, watered by tears, grown in obscurity, protected from premature exposure. But now the fruit is ripe, the branches strong, the fragrance undeniable. You cannot stay hidden any longer. What God has built in secret must be revealed in power. Chosen one, unveiling always comes with weight. Those who once ignored you will suddenly pay attention, not because you sought them, but because heaven lifted the veil. Do not let the eyes of others distract you. Remember, Your unveiling is not a performance, it is a proclamation. You are stepping into visibility, not to entertain, but to announce that God is faithful, that His promises are true, and that His chosen ones rise when the appointed time comes. The season of obscurity taught you dependence. Now the season of unveiling will test your stewardship. Can you carry visibility with humility? Can you stand in influence yet remain on your knees before God? These questions will shape your journey. The unveiling is not a crown of pride, but a mantle of responsibility. Walk carefully. Walk prayerfully. Walk boldly. For you are not stepping into spotlight, you are stepping into assignment. Beloved, embrace this shift with courage. Do not mourn the days of hiding, for they were necessary. Do not fear the days of unveiling, for they are ordained. Instead, rejoice that your story is unfolding exactly as heaven planned. The world will see you. Yes, but more importantly, through you, they will see Him. That is the purpose of unveiling. That light shines brighter than darkness, that truth silences lies, and that the glory of God is revealed through chosen vessels like you. It was proclaimed in the Gospel of Luke, chapter 8, verse 17. For there is nothing hidden that will not be disclosed, and nothing concealed that will not be known or brought out into the open. And chosen one. This unveiling will shock some. Those who underestimated you will be astonished at the fire you carry. Those who dismissed you will see the authority resting on your words. Those who thought you would never rise will witness your elevation. This unveiling is not your doing, it is heaven's. And when heaven unveils, nor man, nor demon, no circumstance can cover what God has chosen to reveal. Beloved, your unveiling is not only for you, it is for those waiting on the other side of your obedience. There are people trapped in despair who will breathe again when your testimony breaks forth. There are chains around families that will snap when your words of fire are released. There are nations asleep that will awaken at the sound of your voice. This is why heaven has preserved you, refined you, and now unveils you. Do not fear the exposure. You are not being revealed in weakness, but in strength. You are not being unveiled in shame, but in glory. Heaven has timed this moment with precision. Every tear prepared the ground. Every battle forged the authority. Every delay built the endurance. And now, when the light shines on you, it will not destroy you, it will display Him. Beloved, hear this, your unveiling is also warfare. When the light shines, darkness reacts. Some will resist, criticise, or mock, but do not shrink back. Let the light blaze anyway, for your unveiling is not about applause, but impact. Not about popularity, but purpose. You are not rising to entertain, you are rising to transform. This is why I must pause here and ask you to take part in this unveiling. If these words stir your spirit, do not keep them locked within. Like this message, as a prophetic sign, I am ready for my unveiling. Share it so that others in their hidden seasons may find courage to endure, knowing their unveiling too is coming. And subscribe if you have not yet, not for routine, but to remain connected to this stream of messages that carry the breath of God for your journey. Every action of obedience is prophetic. A like declares alignment. A share spreads the flame. A subscription secures your place in the flow of fire. Do not underestimate these small acts. They are seeds that multiply in unseen ways. Someone on the edge of despair may find this word because you shared it. Someone doubting their hidden season may be sustained because you engaged. Your obedience becomes another's breakthrough. Chosen one, your unveiling will not be small. It will not be quiet. It will not be forgettable. Heaven does not unveil lightly. When God brings something into the open, it is because its time has come. And your time, beloved, has come. Lift your head. Step boldly. Do not apologize for the fire you carry. It is not arrogance to shine. It is obedience. It is not pride to rise. It is purpose. You are a city on a hill, a torch in the night, a voice that cannot be silenced. Let the unveiling begin, and let the nations tremble at the light of God blazing through your life. Chosen one, there comes a time when silence is no longer an option. The fire within you has grown too strong, the rivers within you too forceful, the mantle upon you too weighty. You were not preserved through storms and refined in fire just to remain hidden. You were called to declare. You were chosen to roar. Your voice is not an accident, it is an assignment. And when you speak, it will not echo like empty noise. It will thunder with the authority of heaven. Your voice has always carried unusual weight, even in your early days. When you spoke with uncertainty, others listened more deeply than they admitted. The enemy saw this before you did. That is why he fought so hard to silence you. Lies were whispered to convince you your words were worthless. Rejection tried to train you into silence. Fear sought to paralyze your tongue. But all of it was warfare. Because hell knew that once your voice was unleashed, strongholds would fall. Chosen one, understand this. Every battle for your voice has been strategic. The enemy does not waste resources. He only fights what he fears. And he feared the sound inside you, the sound that disrupts lies, awakens sleepers, and summons heaven's presence into earth's atmosphere. That is why the warfare against your mouth was so relentless. He hoped you would surrender to silence. Yet, every time you whispered a prayer, every time you sang a song in the night, every time you declared truth, despite trembling lips, you proved you could not be silenced. Heaven recorded those moments as victories. Beloved, your voice carries more than sound. It carries atmosphere. When you speak, the weight of the Spirit rides upon your words, shifting rooms, piercing hearts, and scattering shadows. You may not always see the impact, but the unseen world feels it. Your declarations are not casual, they are spiritual detonations. Strongholds shatter when you proclaim the name of Jesus. Fear dissolves when you declare peace. Darkness retreats when you release light. This is why you cannot remain quiet any longer. To silence your voice is to withhold freedom from those bound in chains. To speak is to release heaven itself. The prophet Jeremiah recorded his struggle with this calling in chapter 20, verse 9. But if I say, I will not mention his word or speak anymore in his name. His word is in my heart like a fire shut up in my bones. I am weary of holding it in. Indeed, I cannot. Beloved, that is your reality. You can no longer hold it in. The word of God within you burns like fire in your bones. The message of heaven presses against your chest, demanding release. And the moment you open your mouth in obedience, fire will pour out, not destructive fire, but refining fire, healing fire, awakening fire, Do not underestimate the authority resting in your voice. You are not speaking mere opinions. You are releasing rivers of living water. You are not offering empty phrases. You are declaring prophetic truth. Your words are arrows that pierce darkness, hammers that shatter lies, seeds that plant revival. That is why you must release them boldly, without apology, without hesitation, without fear. Beloved, your voice carries deliverance. There are people waiting to hear what only you can release. Someone's breakthrough is locked inside your obedience. Someone's healing is tied to your declaration. Someone's destiny is awakened when your voice resounds. If you stay silent, they may stay bound. That is why heaven urges you now, do not withhold the fire any longer. When Moses doubted his voice, God reminded him, "Who gave human beings their mouths? Who makes them deaf or mute? Who gives them sight or makes them blind? Is it not I, the Lord?" If God trusted Moses to speak, even with trembling lips, then surely he trusts you. He is not asking for perfection, he is asking for surrender. Chosen one, let your voice rise like a trumpet. Let it carry truth into places saturated with lies. Let it release comfort into hearts drowning in despair. Let it roar courage into souls paralyzed by fear. Every word you release in obedience becomes a weapon of light, carving pathways for others to follow. You may feel ordinary, but your voice is extraordinary. You may think you lack eloquence, but heaven values obedience above eloquence. You may fear being misunderstood, but your responsibility is not to be understood, it is to be faithful. Release the sound, and let the Spirit carry it where it must go. Beloved, I must ask you to act prophetically now. In the comments, write the simple phrase, "I will speak." Only 3 words. But when declared in faith, they become a covenant. They announce to heaven that you will no longer silence the fire. They warn hell that your roar is unleashed. They remind your soul that your voice is chosen, holy, unstoppable. This is not just a phrase, it is a declaration that the era of silence is over. Do not dismiss the weight of this action. The Spirit responds to agreement. When you type these words, you are stepping into alignment with your assignment. You are choosing to let your bones burn with fire until it bursts forth. You are saying yes to the roar, yes to the rivers, yes to the declaration, chosen one. The time of silence is finished. You will no longer whisper what was meant to thunder. You will no longer conceal what was meant to blaze. Your voice is rising. Your roar is sounding. And the nations will tremble, not at you, but at the God who speaks through you. Lift your head. Open your mouth. Release the fire. For the world does not need another echo, it needs your voice. And you, beloved, were chosen for such a time as this. Chosen one. You were never meant to walk this path in isolation. Though your calling is distinct, your fire unique, and your journey refined by trials. Heaven has not sent you alone. God has always been a God of covenant, and within that covenant, He weaves divine connections, people who sharpen, strengthen, and stand beside you when the weight feels too heavy. These are not casual friendships or shallow alliances. They are appointed alignments, holy partnerships, crafted by the Spirit for a purpose greater than your own comfort. From the very beginning, God declared, "It is not good for man to be alone. That truth extends beyond marriage into every dimension of destiny. You were created for connection. Isolation may have been part of your refining season, but it is not your permanent dwelling. In isolation, you learn to hear God clearly, but in alignment, you will multiply impact. Alone, you carry a flame. Together, you become a wildfire. Chosen one, heaven never intended for you to simply survive in silence. The covenant of divine connections is heaven's answer to your hidden prayers. When you felt unseen, when loneliness pressed like a cloak around your shoulders, God was already preparing the ones who would recognize your fire. These are not people drawn by convenience or gain, but hearts that carry keys to unlock your next dimension. And as you link arms with them, you will discover the strength that comes not from addition, but from multiplication. Beloved, the remnant that God is aligning you with carries the same scars of fire, the same songs of midnight, the same hunger for His presence. This is why, when you meet, recognition will be instant, spirit calling to spirit, flame answering flame. Do not hold back when heaven introduces them. Do not doubt the timing. Trust that the God who preserved you in isolation is faithful to weave you into covenant at the right moment. Together, you will walk where none of you could have walked alone. Scripture records in Ecclesiastes, chapter 4, verses 9 and 10, 2 are better than 1, because they have a good return for their labor. If either of them falls down, one can help the other up. But pity anyone who falls and has no one to help them up. Then, beloved, you have felt the ache of loneliness. You have endured seasons where you wondered if anyone truly saw you, truly understood you, truly stood with you. And yet, those seasons were training. They taught you discernment, how to distinguish between the shallow and the genuine, between those who are curious about your gift and those who are committed to your growth. That training is vital. For now comes the time of alignment. Divine connections are not found, they are revealed. Heaven orchestrates meetings, often unexpectedly, weaving lives together in ways you could never engineer. You may encounter someone briefly, and yet the Spirit confirms immediately, this one is sent. You may reconnect with someone from your past and realize the timing is now right for covenant. You may find yourself placed in rooms you once thought beyond your reach, only to discover they were prepared for you long ago. Chosen one. Divine connections are never about convenience, they are about calling. Jonathan was sent to David, not to admire him, but to protect his destiny. Ruth was sent to Naomi, not to escape her own pain, but to step into covenant that birthed a lineage of kings. Barnabas was sent to Paul, not to compete with him, but to affirm his transformation and open doors for his ministry. In each case, alignment advanced destiny, and so it will with you. But discernment is crucial. Not everyone who applauds you is aligned with you. Not everyone who draws near is assigned to you. Some are distractions, some are delays, and some are outright deceptions. That is why your isolation season was necessary. It tuned your spirit to heaven's frequency. Now you can discern the difference between counterfeit alliances and genuine covenant. Beloved, when divine alignment comes, expect acceleration. What you struggled to carry alone will suddenly feel lighter. Where you once toiled with little fruit, multiplication will occur. Covenant multiplies strength, multiplies reach, Multiplies authority. That is why the enemy fought so hard to isolate you, because he feared what would happen when you found your tribe. Chosen one. Prepare your heart for these alignments. Do not resist them out of fear of betrayal. Do not hold back because of wounds from the past. Yes, betrayal marked your journey, but that was part of training too. You now know how to guard your spirit without closing it. You know how to build wisely without hardening completely, and this wisdom will protect your alignments from corruption. You are not being called to shallow community, but to holy covenant. There is a remnant rising across the earth. Chosen ones like you, marked ones refined in fire, and as heaven unveils them, your paths will intersect. When you meet them, you will know it will feel like recognition, like two flames merging into one blaze. Together, you will burn brighter than you ever could alone. Beloved, divine connections are also generational. Some alignments will not only impact your life, but the lives of those who come after you. Think of Paul mentoring Timothy, ensuring the fire passed on. Think of Elijah and Elisha, where a mantle doubled because covenant held. Think of Jesus and his disciples, who became the foundation of the church because they walked in alignment with him. Your connections carry legacy. What you build with them will outlast you. So lift your eyes. Look beyond your loneliness. See the alignments heaven is preparing, and when they appear, do not hesitate. Step into covenant boldly, for together you will advance the kingdom, shift atmospheres, and ignite revival. Alone, you carried survival. Together, you will carry transformation. Chosen one. The days of isolation are ending. The season of alignment is beginning, and when it unfolds, you will understand why your wilderness lasted so long, because only those who endured the fire could carry the covenant. Now, heaven brings them to you, and together, you will run with unshakable purpose. Chosen one. The weight of glory is upon you. This is not a poetic phrase or an abstract idea. It is a tangible reality in the spirit, one that you have felt pressing on your heart, stretching your capacity, and calling you deeper. Glory is not simply the shine of God's presence, it is the weight of his reality resting upon you, shaping you, and distinguishing you from the world around you. The weight of glory explains why your journey has been heavy at times. Glory is weighty, and to carry it requires a vessel that has been strengthened, stretched, and refined. Every trial you faced was not random cruelty. It was preparation to bear the glory without collapsing under it. Just as a wineskin must be stretched to hold new wine, so your life has been stretched to hold new dimensions of his presence. Chosen one. Glory is both mantle and fire. It covers you with honor, but also burns away what does not belong. You cannot carry his weight and cling to old chains at the same time. That is why some relationships broke. Why certain doors shut. Why familiar paths disappeared. The weight of glory required separation. Heaven was ensuring that nothing fragile, nothing counterfeit, nothing impure would collapse under the radiance you now carry into the world. Beloved, glory also transforms perception. People who once saw you as ordinary will sense something different, though they cannot explain it. They will feel the atmosphere shift when you enter, because glory cannot be hidden. This is not about fame, it is about testimony. God is revealing through you the evidence of his presence. the reality of his kingdom, the fragrance of his spirit. Your life becomes a living declaration. The weight of glory rests here. It is written in the second letter to the Corinthians, chapter 4, verse 17. For our light and momentary troubles are achieving for us an eternal glory that far outweighs them all. Beloved, this is the paradox of your journey. The troubles felt anything but light. The delays, anything but momentary. Yet compared to the eternal glory they are producing, they are but small shadows. The weight you carried was not punishment, but process. The heaviness was not cruelty, but capacity. Heaven was enlarging you, so that the glory could rest upon you without breaking you. Consider Moses, whose face shone after encountering the presence of God. The people could not even look at him because the weight of glory was too radiant. Consider Isaiah, undone in the temple when the glory filled the place. Consider the disciples, trembling on the Mount of Transfiguration when Jesus' glory was unveiled. Each moment revealed the same truth. Glory is not light, it is weight, and only those prepared can stand beneath it. Chosen one, the glory upon you will distinguish you. Others may not be able to explain it, but they will feel it. Rooms will shift when you enter. Conversations will change when you speak. Atmospheres will bend when you release what God has placed within you. This is not about charisma or personality, it is about glory. And glory cannot be manufactured. It is only carried by those who have surrendered deeply. But carrying glory comes with responsibility. It cannot be treated casually. The Ark of the Covenant carried the weight of God's presence. And when Uzzah touched it without reverence, he fell dead. This is not to inspire fear but reverence. Glory is not entertainment. Glory is not a tool for self-promotion. It is holy, weighty, sacred, and you, chosen one, are entrusted with it. Beloved, glory always brings transformation. It cannot rest without changing everything it touches. This is why your life will never be ordinary again. You may try to return to old patterns, old comforts, old identities, but glory will not allow it. Once the weight of his presence marks you, you cannot fit into smallness. You cannot blend into mediocrity. You are set apart. This glory is not for your sake alone, it is for nations. God's glory through you will break chains, heal the broken, and awaken the lost. It will not be about your name, but his. When people encounter you, they will feel him. When they hear you, they will hear him. When they see your life, they will glimpse his reality. You are not the destination, you are the vessel. The glory flows through you to reach them. Do not despise the stretching that remains. Greater glory requires greater capacity. Do not resent the weight you feel, for it is proof of what you carry. Do not compare your journey to others, for glory weighs differently on each vessel. What seems heavy to you is a crown in the spirit, preparing you for eternal impact. Beloved, carrying glory will not make life easier, it will make it holier. Some will be drawn to the light you carry, hungry for its warmth. Others will be offended by it, unable to endure the exposure it brings. Do not let either response sway you. Glory is not meant to be dimmed to make others comfortable. It is meant to shine, regardless of reaction. And when the weight feels overwhelming, remember this: you are not carrying it alone. The Spirit of God upholds you. Just as he upheld the temple, just as he upheld the prophets, Just as he upheld the Son in Gethsemane, glory may feel heavy, but it is also sustaining. It does not crush, it empowers. It does not suffocate, it breathes life. Chosen one, lift your head. You are not merely surviving trials, you are carrying glory. You are not simply enduring weight, you are being crowned with it. And the day will come when the eternal glory you carry will far outweigh every tear, every battle, every night of struggle. Until then, walk reverently, walk boldly, walk with the awareness that heaven's weight rests upon you. For the world is not waiting for noise, distraction, or imitation. The world is waiting for glory, and you, beloved, are chosen to carry it. Chosen one. The journey has been long, and the refining has been deep. But the Spirit whispers now of something greater, the commissioning. You were not chosen merely to be preserved, refined, or prepared. You were chosen to be sent. Every scar you carry, every tear you shed, every fire you endured has been shaping you into a vessel not just marked by God, but mobilized by Him. Now the season of waiting bends into the season of walking, and the hour of release is at hand. Commissioning is not just about personal breakthrough, it is about kingdom assignment. You are being entrusted with responsibility, authority, and power that flows not from human ambition, but from divine mandate. Heaven does not send casually, it sends strategically. You are not being loosed aimlessly into the world. You are being positioned as an arrow aimed at darkness, a torch raised against despair, a voice roaring into silence. The prophet Isaiah records in chapter 6, verse 8, "Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, 'Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?' And I said, 'Here am I. Send me, beloved.'" This is the call that echoes over your life. Whom shall I send? The cry of heaven is not for the crowd, but for the consecrated, not for the popular, but for the prepared, not for the gifted alone, but for the surrendered. And your spirit has been responding all along. Even in your wilderness, here am I. Send me. This commissioning explains the weight you have felt. Heaven does not entrust authority to the untested. Oil does not flow without crushing. Mantles do not rest without wilderness. You have endured what you did because you are being prepared to carry more than your own story. You are being prepared to carry a nation-shaking, atmosphere-shifting assignment. Chosen one. When heaven commissions, it does not only mark the individual, it ignites movements. Think of Moses, sent to confront Pharaoh and deliver an entire people. Think of Deborah, raised to judge Israel and lead in courage when fear ruled the land. Think of Paul, commissioned to carry fire to Gentile nations, rewriting history with his obedience. None of them lived small after their commissioning, and neither will you. Commissioning also shifts your identity. You are no longer only one who survived, you are one who is sent. You are no longer only one who endured, you are one who is empowered. Heaven is placing authority upon your voice, weight upon your words, and fire upon your life. You will walk into places you once trembled to enter, and chains will break. You will speak to people you once thought unreachable, and their hearts will burn. You will carry heaven's weight in ways you once thought impossible, because the Spirit of the Lord will go before you. Beloved, commissioning carries responsibility. This is not about personal comfort, but kingdom purpose. You are being sent not to chase applause, but to confront darkness. Not to build platforms, but to build altars. You are called to carry the message of the King, to demonstrate His love, to declare His truth. It will cost you, but it will also crown you. It will stretch you, but it will also sustain you. This commissioning will not happen in a single moment. Though there may be defining encounters, it will unfold step by step, door by door, assignment by assignment. Each act of obedience will expand your territory. Each declaration of truth will widen your influence. Each victory in hidden battles will prepare you for public authority. This is a journey, not just an event. Chosen one. Do not fear the magnitude of what lies ahead. Heaven would not commission you if you were not prepared. The very fact that you are being sent is proof that you have been found faithful in the refining. You may still feel unready, but readiness in heaven's eyes is not about confidence in self. It is about trust in Him. And you trust Him. That is why you are chosen. Think of Gideon, trembling in the winepress, called a mighty warrior. Think of Jeremiah, young and uncertain, appointed as a prophet to nations. Think of Esther, hidden in obscurity, summoned to stand in the gap for her people. None felt prepared. All were commissioned. Their obedience changed history, and so will yours. Beloved, when you are commissioned, you do not walk alone. The Spirit of God goes with you, empowering every step. Angels surround you, fighting battles you cannot see. Heaven backs your words, confirming them with signs, with fruit, with transformation. You do not carry your assignment in weakness, but in power. Not in fear, but in authority. Your commissioning will not always look dramatic. Sometimes it will be simple acts of obedience, a conversation, a prayer, an act of kindness. Other times it will be bold confrontations, speaking truth to power, standing when others bow, releasing fire in the face of opposition, but in both the small and the great. Heaven will be at work. Every yes matters. Every step counts. Every word releases fire. Chosen one. Let the weight of this truth sink in. You are heaven's answer to someone's cry. Your obedience will be the response to prayers uttered in silence. Your presence will be the breakthrough someone has been begging God for. Your voice will be the trumpet that awakens the sleeping. This is not about you alone. It is about countless lives tied to your commissioning. So walk boldly. Stand tall. Do not shrink back when the mantle feels heavy. Do not question if you are worthy. The one who sends you has already declared you chosen. Simply lift your voice. Stretch out your hand. Take the step. And trust that the God who called you will also complete what He began in you. This is your commissioning. Chosen one. Heaven asks, "Whom shall I send?" And you answer with your life, "Here am I. Send me." Chosen one. The circle draws to its close. And yet for you, it is only the beginning. You have walked through valleys and climbed mountains, passed through fires and endured storms. Every step, every scar, every whispered prayer has led to this moment. Not the end of a story, but the unveiling of your destiny in fullness. Heaven has not preserved you for survival alone. It has prepared you for inheritance, for authority, for glory. This is the final unveiling. You are not simply chosen, you are crowned. not with human honor, but with eternal weight, not with temporary applause, but with everlasting glory. The world may not fully understand, but the heavens rejoice, the angels sing, and the Spirit within you confirms you are a child of the King, marked, sealed, and sent for eternity, chosen one. Every crown in heaven carries a story of endurance. Yours shines with the evidence of nights you prayed when no one heard, tears you shed when no one saw, and faith you held when everything seemed lost. That crown is not ornamental, it is testimonial. It tells angels and demons alike, this one would not break. It announces to the world, this one belongs to the King. Wear it not as a trophy of survival, but as a mantle of responsibility, for crowns are given to those who will lead others to victory. Beloved, eternity will one day reveal the full weight of what you carried on earth. What seemed like ordinary obedience, choosing kindness, holding faith, speaking truth, will be shown as acts that shifted eternity. Every choice you made to keep walking in the light became a building block in the kingdom. Do not think lightly of your journey. Heaven has been recording every step, and your crown gleams with the record of your faithfulness. Glory does not forget, and eternity does not erase what you have done in love. Chosen one, let this assurance steady your spirit. Your crown is secure. No failure can disqualify you when you stand in repentance. No enemy can steal what heaven has sealed. No trial can outweigh the inheritance that awaits you. Even now, as you breathe, your life is wrapped in divine purpose. You are not walking toward uncertainty, you are walking toward fulfillment. The circle of refinement has closed, and the horizon of glory stretches wide before you. Step boldly, for you walk not as one unsure, but as one crowned forever in the light of the King. The Apostle Paul writes in the second letter to Timothy, chapter 4, verse 8, "Now there is in store for me the crown of righteousness, which the Lord, the righteous judge, will award to me on that day, and not only to me, but also to all who have longed for his appearing." Beloved, the crown of righteousness is yours, not because you earned it, but because you endured, not because you were flawless, but because you were faithful, not because you never fell, but because you always rose again. That is the mark of the chosen ones, not perfection, but perseverance. Look back now with different eyes. The betrayals that once crushed you were chiseling you. The silence that once suffocated you was sanctifying you. The battles that once seemed unbearable were building you. Every moment has been accounted for. Nothing was wasted. Everything has been woven into the tapestry of your destiny. And now, the pattern emerges, and it is glorious. Chosen one, the weight of your journey testifies to the magnitude of your assignment. You are not here for small things. You are not called to blend quietly into the crowd. You are called to shake nations, to ignite fires, to release rivers, to roar with the sound of heaven. That is why your refining was so fierce, your trials so long, your battles so relentless. Heaven invests deeply in the vessels it entrusts greatly, and you are such a vessel. This is not the moment to shrink back. This is the moment to stand, to lift your head, to walk forward, crowned with the glory of God. The nations groan, creation cries. The world trembles in darkness, but you, chosen one, carry light that cannot be hidden. Glory rests on you. Authority flows through you. Fire burns within you. And love crowns you. Beloved, remember this: crowns are not for display, they are for dominion. You are crowned not to sit idly, but to rule. Not in arrogance, but in righteousness. Your authority is not for control, but for service. Your influence is not for pride, but for transformation. You are crowned to carry heaven's reality into earth's brokenness, to bring light into shadow, to release freedom where chains remain. The enemy will still roar, but his roar is hollow. Darkness will still resist, but its time is short. Trials will still come, but they cannot overturn what heaven has sealed. You are crowned, and nothing can take that crown from you. Chosen one, lift your eyes beyond today. See the eternal weight of glory prepared for you. See the throne before which every knee will bow. See the Lamb who was slain, the King who reigns, the Judge who rewards. One day, you will lay your crown at his feet, declaring, "It was never mine, it was always yours." And on that day, every tear will be wiped, every scar will shine, every battle will be vindicated. Until then, you walk crowned on earth, carrying heaven's mandate. Do not walk timidly, walk boldly. Do not whisper roar. Do not shrink shine, for this is your inheritance. You are crowned, chosen, unstoppable, beloved. Let your heart rest in this truth. You are exactly where heaven has called you to be. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are not unworthy. You are chosen, and your crown is secure. Chosen one. Before this journey closes, pause and recognize what has been stirred in your spirit. You did not arrive here by accident. Every word you read, every image painted in your heart, was heaven's way of confirming what you always knew deep inside. You are different. You are chosen. You are crowned. Beloved, the fire in you is not meant to stay hidden. The rivers in you are not meant to dry up. The roar in you is not meant to remain silent. You have been prepared for this hour, not someday, not in theory, but now. The world is longing for the manifestation of the chosen ones, and you are one of them. I want you to see this closing moment not as an end, but as a continuation. For what we have walked through together, the valleys, the crowns, the rivers, the roar must not stay on the page. It must be lived. You carry the anointing to transform atmospheres, to awaken the weary, to break chains, to shake nations. Do not minimize it. Do not silence it. Do not hide it. Step boldly into the assignment written over your life. But, chosen one, do not walk this journey alone. Others need to hear what you have heard. Others need to feel the fire you have felt. That is why I ask you now, sincerely and from the depth of my spirit, if these words have marked you, let it be seen, like this message, not as routine, but as a declaration that you are aligned with heaven's voice. Share it so the flame will spread beyond you, igniting lives you may never meet, but who desperately need this reminder. And subscribe, if you have not yet, so you will remain connected to this flow of messages that keep your spirit sharpened and your fire burning. And one more thing. Beloved, leave your comment below, not just as a response, but as a testimony. When you comment, you are planting your agreement into the atmosphere. You are saying, I am chosen. I am ready. I will not shrink back. Your words may be the encouragement another weary soul reads in their darkest hour. Do not underestimate what a single line from your heart can do for someone else's destiny. This is not just digital interaction, it is spiritual activation. Heaven watches how you respond, because your response seals what has been spoken. So act in faith. Engage with boldness. Let your obedience become the ripple that touches countless lives. Chosen one. This is my final reminder. The best is not behind you, it is ahead. What you have endured has prepared you. What you have carried has shaped you. What you have survived has positioned you. Now, rise in boldness, crowned in glory, burning with fire. You are chosen for such a time as this, and the world is waiting for the light you carry.